Okay, so we should be, yep, there. I don't know, you want, let's just chat. What's up? What's new? We are live.
Um. Oh, cool. We're live. It's something crazy. I forgot what it was.
Well, so I got to be temporary IT today at work
Ooh, fun.
because our IT guy's on PTO, and I get
Mhm,
into work. I sit down, and mind you, I get dropped off like stupid early because Kim's 9 to 5 and I'm 10 to 6. So she
yeah.
drops me off before work, and then she runs errands before picking me up at the end of the day.
Mhm,
So I get there, I get in the front door, I sit down in my area, my laptop pulled out, and I usually watch a YouTube video while I'm eating like a breakfast sandwich or something. So I click, I go youtube.com, whatever, and I get an
mhm,
AT&T error page. And I'm
mhm,
like, well, that's wrong. What's going on here? So I read the error, and it basically says you need to sign into your AT&T like fiber line or whatever. I'm like, well,
mhm,
that's really bad. What's going on? So I like refresh it. I try connecting to one of our other Wi-Fi networks in the building. No dice. So I messaged the IT guy with a picture of the screen. I'm like, hey, I know you're like out of the office, but like, what do I do here? This doesn't look right. He goes,
mhm.
oh shit, hold on a sec. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. So I wait a few minutes. He comes back and he's just like, so give our modem a reboot. You're gonna want to, and like he writes out the whole instructions for getting into our secured server closet, and like I go in there, I go through all his steps for like software and hardware
Mhm.
and stuff, and then like I reboot the modem, and after like two or three different reboots of the modem at different times, it suddenly works, and uh, and then everybody in the building is very happy that I fixed the internet, and I'm like, I didn't do shit, but cool. And so I was like, oh well, the fact that he trusts me with the server room password is like, that's cool. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
So that was. Oh, and I had to test the stability of a card tapping system.
Uh-huh.
So I sat there just tapping a card against like an NFC like head for
Mhm,
about 2 hours, just like
mhm,
500 and something taps of just beep boop beep boop for 2 friggin' hours.
mhm.
So luckily I had my phone and I was playing mobile games, but like
Yeah.
my
You're
sanity
you're
suffered.
playing. I saw you log into Nikkei.
Yeah, sure. That
Sure.
that was that was totally when that was happening. That was actually I
Yeah.
actually played Nikkei earlier in the day. But
Mm. Okay, I did remember I I did remember what I wanted to talk about.
oh boy, here we go.
So, as you know, we like some weird food at my work. We
Oh
like
boy,
trying
oh
weird
boy.
stuff. So Gus comes in on Monday, and he just has this box that's like Casey's cookies or something like that. So it's just like, okay, cool cookies, whatever. Like I just assumed he just had it so he could snack on them later.
Mm-hmm.
And then after lunch, he walks down. He's like, guys, I got something we gotta try. I'm like, all right. And he opens up the box, and in it there's four cookies that are like white and greenish,
Mm-hmm.
and then four cookies that are red. And he's like, so someone brought these to my wife's work. No one liked them, so I brought them here because they're so weird. I want you guys to try them. And he's like, I haven't tried them. Let's all try them together. The white ones were chips and ranch flavor,
Okay.
and the red ones were red hot flavor, red
Mm-hmm.
hot hot sauce. And we're like, okay, like let's try this. And I'm just like, I know the second I'm gonna try something, I'm gonna like want to drink something. So I'm gonna get a drink really quick. So I run to the kitchen, I grab a Diet Coke that I had, and I'm already back and people are gagging. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, so the ranch cookie, like, so I tried the red hot cookie.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't taste good. It doesn't really taste like hot sauce. It kind of has that like vinegary hot sauce taste, but that's like it. Otherwise, it doesn't really taste. It tastes like a really bland, bad cookie, just with this like weird aftertaste of hot sauce.
Okay.
And so I eat it. I eat a chunk of it, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't good. I wouldn't eat this if I had the choice. Like
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't reach for this. Like whatever. I was like, but everyone was like, the ranch one is terrible, like unimaginably bad. And I'm like, fuck it, like why not? So Tyler Q takes off a little bit of his and hands it to me. It is easily probably the worst thing I've ever tasted in my life. It's up there. It is. I wouldn't. I think Sir Strawman is still worse, but it's a close race. It
Wow.
it tasted like moldy ranch. Like it tasted like yellowed ranch. Like
Ugh.
it just tasted disgusting, and
Ugh.
I couldn't swallow it. Like I spit it out, and then we had a couple other coworkers try it. No one, I think we had one coworker who was able to like
Like
actually
stomach
eat
it?
it.
Yeah.
Everyone else like spit it out. It
Nasty.
was disgusting. But we have no, like, why would they invent this? Why would they make this? So we looked into it, and it wasn't. We thought it was like an April Fool's Day thing. It still might be, but they still have them up for order. You can still get them.
Hmm.
You can still get the here ranch cookie.
Damn.
Like it was disgusting. Cheryl's cookies. That's it. Like what? How much do you have to hate your coworkers to bring those in? Like they're really bad. A sampler of 3 of each is $15. Someone paid real money for these.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Holy crap.
Yeah, but it
Wow.
was disgusting. Like it sent shivers down my spine. It was so bad. Oh
Ugh.
god. I like can't even like thinking about it makes my stomach like blah.
Well, in
Oh,
better
I'm
news, I
sorry.
think I mentioned to you in one of our other chats, but we're getting a free whole vacation in November.
Yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, so that's neat. Hey, that's a character that
Yeah,
needs to come back.
yeah.
In TCG. But yeah, because I it just the funniest part is that it actually lines up with a wedding we have to go to in Orlando.
Oh, that's funny.
So like we literally get a free flight and hotel for this wedding, which is like that's just crazy to me. It just happened to work out that way. So yeah, so yeah. Also, I might not be able to make it to ASEN like at all.
Ooh,
Yeah,
really? Jesus.
my dad and my sister decided to inform me very late that one of my cousin's kids is graduating high school that weekend,
Uh-huh.
and of course I absolutely have to be there, even though I
Mhm.
have no relationship with the kid, but I have a good relationship with the cousin, but like no relationship
Yeah.
with the kid, and it's just like, uh,
Yeah. Like where do they live?
Missouri.
Just dox them. Just dox them on our send me their address.
Mm.
I'll post it on our stream
Hey,
chat.
hey, yeah, anybody want to go to a graduation for me? Oh man,
Uh,
but no, like I have to, yeah, like flying down to Missouri is gonna suck.
yeah,
So
that
like,
blows.
it's not even like, oh, I have to miss like a day of Ace. No, I have to miss the whole friggin' weekend because of the flight and all that bull
Jesus.
crap. So,
The the good news is it didn't land on Materia Cup, but
I
Jesus, that
mean,
sucks.
no, if it was Materia Cup, I'd say no. Like, I'm
Mhm.
not doing that. But
Yeah,
yeah, it just sucks. So
yeah,
yeah, but
yeah.
anyway, oh,
You're
what?
gonna miss my super awesome Disco Elysium cosplay.
Yeah,
I'm
you'll have to
gonna
send me pictures. Well, okay, this is all if I actually end up being
yeah,
able to go on, like, if I can figure out the flight and hotel for like a half decent rate, because like
yeah.
trying to figure that out this close to the event is not gonna be that's not gonna be cheap. So,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like, hey, Dad, you can
Like
pay for the flight and the hotel if you want me to go so bad. Like, you guys, you and Miss, like, you and my sister are the ones who forgot to tell me, so not my
yeah,
fault. Like, I
yeah.
didn't know,
Mhm.
but. Anyway, we should probably start editing decks here. People might think the wrong thing about what the stream is.
Yeah. Anyway,
All right.
all right. What do you want to start with?
So first come, first serve. I went into the thread here and I grabbed the first deck that we had submitted. So that is by Shabab, one of our locals from Chupacabra. Um,
Mhm,
he's a pretty solid player. He is
mhm,
definitely learning. He's like grasping the game pretty well. He's a Magisa player right now, which is
mhm.
interesting. He won locals
Off to a
last
good
night.
start.
Yeah, he won
Heck
locals
yeah.
last night, so like he's getting somewhere.
We
Um,
should have him on the episode. He
yeah,
could
there you
work on
go.
these. You won. Like just you do it.
Yeah. Could you imagine if we just left this to other people, just like new players who? Oh man, that'd be fun. Um,
Here, he submitted
Brask,
Braskba.
bruh, bruh.
Braskbra.
All right, so this is clearly an FF10 deck.
Yeah.
And I see some things available. Materia Hunter. Actually, so first of all, copy the deck. Materia Hunter warns that there is. It had some warning about deck size. I don't know what that is because we have 50 cards in deck, but
I'm counting
whatever.
50.
Maybe it's because we're missing limit breaks. I don't know.
Oh,
Um, so
yeah, that's missing LB.
we are looking at what looks like I mean, it's not. It's got a core here. It's got some action.
Yeah.
Um,
One sec, I'm throwing an LB deck together for it really quick.
yeah,
Because, like, I'm wondering if Lunafrey is worth. Maybe it's a one of. But the thing is, your EX targets are just so narrow. You have Leviathan. Leviathan's obviously the best thing you're going to hit.
oh, of course,
But
yeah.
is it, like, worth playing? I assume so. Hmm. And then he's not running any standard units, so he's not running a Luso. The first and most obvious choice is where's Leo?
Yeah, of course. Like we're
So
looking at
Leo's
limit
is this
breaks.
bad
We have
boy.
Leo and Luna Freya.
Yeah, like 3 Leo. Because obviously, I think you're gonna want to draw cards in this deck. And I'm gonna throw the limit break deck together first before I really, really dive into it. I think you want
Yeah,
like
that's
1, 2
fair.
this. Uh, you have to break a fire backup with Vincent, and you have 1 target, so that's probably not worth. Um, you probably run maybe 2 the Emperor. Did I throw in a and then probably like 1 Luna Freya. Anyway, so looking where's where's Luna? I swear I just saw her. There she is. All right. So looking over the deck, um, hmm,
All right, so the first thing I'm doing is taking out 2 of the 5-drop Tidus, dropping them down to 1.
why?
So it looks well. So first things first, we have Siren in the deck. So if we want to not hit forwards,
Yeah,
like that's an obvious one. First layer.
yeah,
Second layer is that like I I don't think I don't think it's really all that big a deal. Like it's nice to have the reduction by 4K.
yeah.
That's nice, but theoretically, you have Lulu on the field. It sets the power to 5K, so that means that Brunhilde is already going to kill anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But your removal in this deck doesn't really care too much about their power, with exception of kind of Waka. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you like your stuff is like Leviathan is bouncing, Anima is just a forced death. Ami is Ami. You're probably gonna kill with Ami anyway, and if not, you still stop an important effect. Brunhilde
Yeah,
is 5K that you can get with Lulu.
yeah,
And then the other summons are utility, not removal.
yeah. So
Backups
I
are not
do.
removal. Like, the Braska is nice because you can do summons to deal 7K, but okay, cool.
Because I think it's worth it to keep it at 3 entirely because you Tidus bounce brother, you play brother for free. You reduce something by 8K and you get a search off. Or like that's the thing is I think you have enough value off of bouncing one of the backups to do stuff that it's worth it. Like almost the entire deck is cap 10. Um so that Tidus trigger is going to be happening quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm
Like
not here saying it's a bad card. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
Like it's not a
That
bad
being said,
card.
as someone who has been playing Siren, I think we should don't put it down to 1 or 2. Siren's a really good card, but you'd be very surprised on when it doesn't work. Like it's just, I don't know. It feels slightly off in this deck.
I think Orin Kamari is a better setup.
Mhm,
Because it straight up. I think it just prevents targeting in a better way.
mhm. Let me reread this Yuna because every time I see it, choose one forward to the cost. Because I think so. I see the vision here, right?
Hmm.
So you're running Braska because Braska's Braska. Like you're just machine gunning down things for 7K. Grand summon can happen, but it's not super important. Like it's just really good. And then like moving on to Lulu, like Lulu just grabs you summons, and obviously you're in 3 color, or yeah, you're running some of the best summons in the game. You're running Ami, you're running Bryn, like Kaholin, like you have good targets here. And then Yuna is also really good. Like that's the thing, is like I think the forward lineup's surprisingly strong, but I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen enough Final Fantasy X just working.
Well,
Let
that's
me let me check the
that's the nice thing
categories.
though is there's right now a lot of people are experimenting with 10,
Yeah,
both in and out of our locals. Last night at
yeah.
Chupacabra, we had one of the newer players, Frank. He's been
Mhm,
trying to build some 10 stuff. Credit to him, he started with a custom starter deck for FF10, and he's been working from there. People
mhm,
have been feeding him cards, and he's just been trying to figure out what works, what doesn't.
mhm.
And he's a Magic player, so he's got a background in this kind
Yeah.
of area. Um, and we had Kevin for a little while. Obviously we have Shabab trying to poke at it. Leo poked at the
Mhm.
Storm version for a while with
Oh,
the deck that he found.
I didn't know that Ultimate Weapon was a 10 or was a Cat 10.
Let me
Huh.
reread that one real quick.
Because
Oh yeah. Hmm.
it's not, well, it's somewhat realistic. The thing is, if you could get Kimari and Leno, also I think uh, we could probably cut the Len or swap it out to something else.
The Len I
The the backup lineup, in my opinion, is the weak part here.
Yeah, Kimari is kind of awkward. I
Uh,
like the color
like
fixing Riku. That I think
yeah,
is good here. That needs to stay. The
like
Orin,
I think
I think we are
three
better off swapping for the forward Orin.
3 buddy, 3 brother, 3 Riku is, in my opinion, borderline mandatory
No, I
here.
think absolutely they need to stick.
Um, yeah. However, like it's that Len and the Kimari, I feel kind of weird about. Let's specifically look at backups, because one of the other issues that I see him having is you don't have a lot of fire in your backup line, because the main fire character for 10 is Lulu, and you would much rather run, you know,
Sure. Yeah.
you'd much rather run the 3 drop
Hmm.
wind one. But ten's like oddly narrow in that sense. Because like as much as I want to say like, oh yeah, cut the Oron, like I don't know if you can. I
Well,
almost wish that
I think
you
you
could.
I think you probably can.
Unfortunately, the wind Moogle taps for Earth, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
I
wait,
hate
no.
that.
No, it taps for lightning.
No, that's worse. That's
Yeah, because
that's way
the
worse.
water one taps for fire. Or no, the ice
Yeah.
one. Does the ice one tap for fire or does the ice tap for wind?
Ice taps for wind.
Okay.
Earth taps for what's the Earth one tap for? Doesn't the Earth one tap for lightning? One sec. I'm curious now. Moogle. Let's see. Wind produces earth. Water produces fire. Fire produces ice. Ice produces wind. Earth produces lightning. Lightning produces water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh, cat.
Thoughts on Baralai in the back row?
Barley?
There's
Lightning Barley?
the 2-drop Baralai from Opus 1. It's a starter card.
Oh, that's funny. His objective forwards activate. That is actually really funny. And it's searchable. I wish it would tap for water though.
It would be nice if it was in water, but I mean, it's a wind card. It has a wind effect. Like that
Uh,
part makes sense.
yeah, I almost wish you could run Shuyin,
Yeah, if only Shuyun was
but
like a playable card.
yeah, because like he has the EX, which is nice. The thing is, if he chose a character that costs 3 or less, he'd be
Right.
amazing. But
What about
like that's the other thing
Shinra?
is Shinra.
Shinra has a burst, search a goal wings forward. That's
I don't
search
think.
that's search a Yuna.
Yeah, but that's such a narrow search. Oh god, she's not a summoner too. Because I also think that we should lean slightly into summoner stuff. Because I think one of the main reasons why he wants to keep the like all 10 backup line, or a reason why you would want to keep an all 10 backup line, is for Waka and Yuna. Um, but
I mean,
like that's the thing.
these are all 10 backups, like FF10.
Yeah,
So like
yeah.
I think these are fine to stick with. And remember,
Hmm.
Riku can tap for any other color, so she can color fix easy.
Yeah. So I wanted to say that we should probably dip into Ico to search Braska, but then I realized that that's the only target because Yuna's goal wings here.
Yeah.
Ugh. I just wish they could tap for other colors because in that same way I feel like the Oron like has to be here. You need red for Braska,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't just rely on Riku. Mind you, you have a way to search her, but you only have one way to search her. What's a Isn't there a pain that can search? One sec. Search. Uh,
There's the
intro.
pain that'll reactivate all your backups when she's played if you have 3 or more category 10 characters. There's the pain that protects your goal wings. There's the pain that searches a Yuno or a Riku. That's your
Yeah,
forward
the one that
pain.
searches the Yuna or Riku is what I was thinking. Entirely because she just searches. You ever search the backup Riku? There's your color fixing. It's another way to fetch her from the deck outside of Buddy. Um,
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's
she's
another
in
10,
Wind,
10
which is
character
like,
you can have on field.
yeah, exactly. She's a 3K, which like obviously doesn't mean much, but I don't think you super care about that. Choose one card from either player's break zone if you control 3 or more. That kind of blows. Yeah, because I'm wondering if it'd be worth it to run like 2 of that pain just to make it a little bit easier to search. Uh, Also, looking at the summons really quick. Um, you're probably let me just look up every summon in these colors. Because I'm not sure. I like Anima, but I'm not sure if it's the play.
If
I
it,
just want to see if there's any other like characters that he's like clearly. I don't want to say missing, but like
mm-hmm.
ones that it's just like, oh yeah, you should probably be running X.
Yeah.
Because
Also,
he's already at
I don't know if
three
people have
run for Annie.
mics through the stream on, but if you guys are watching, hey, how's it going? What's up?
Uh-huh. Please let us know via Discord or something if you're listening.
Yeah, give us. Well, I mean, there's also a stream
Yeah.
chat. That's
Wait,
that's
isn't
the
there a
more
Bahamut that
obvious one, I
cares?
think.
There's a Bahamut that cares about the amount of 10 characters you control, right?
Let
Remove
me double check.
10. Oh, remove 10 fire characters and or category 10 from your break zone. Gives a
Yeah,
forward deal 10k.
that's what you're thinking of.
That's not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering maybe. Ooh,
That
I guess
being
I'll let go.
said, that is the majority of the deck, but that's also a later game card.
Yeah. Let's see.
And considering there's not a lot of fire in the deck, you know,
Hmm.
because you do want to slam Riku as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
Get that
yeah,
color
because
fixing
she
so
is
you
gonna
have
be
the
your.
Braska, the Brunhilde, the Ami.
Yeah. Yeah, just and any way to get Oron onto the field faster. Like,
Yeah, pretty
because
much.
the big thing about it is like now that I'm like looking the deck over, the only things that you need red for are Braska, Bryn, Ami, and Oron. And I think mainly you're just kind of you want to like kind of hate get the Oron out like ASAP. I was just wondering
So
if there's a faster way to do it,
Well, so that's
but
the
I don't think
struggle,
there is.
right? Because this is a summons heavy 10 deck. This is
Mhm.
not like a storm 10 deck.
Yeah.
I think storm is one of the most effective versions of 10, if not the most effective version of 10.
Yeah.
Because it kind of just does all this stuff and minimizes the summons. Um, if we're trying to stick to the theme that Shabab like clearly wanted here, we want to be summon heavy. We want to maintain the Siren presence. We want to keep using Braska.
Hmm.
Um, but
Oh, really quick, what do you think about cutting Anima for Leviathan or free Leviathan?
oh, like Aquatarasu Leviathan.
No, oh, Aqua Tarasu is also an option. Actually, Aqua Tarasu is probably the best option. Um, because you're not going to get to remove 10, but I don't think you super care. The thing is, like, Anima's good.
Yeah, by free Leviathan, do you mean the one that
Yeah,
reduces itself by 3 if a water forward entered, and then if
yeah,
forward bounce the forward and then it can't be played for a turn?
yeah. But now that you mentioned Leviathan, or Water Leviathan, or God damn it, Water Taras,
Aquatarasu. They're
Aqua
all
Taras.
water
I hate that. I
Leviathans.
hate that name. Like, Aqua Taras looks pretty nice right now. If Anima was definitely an EX, I would leave that alone, but he's not. That's why I
I
think.
almost want to say replace regular Ami with Aquatarasu.
Uh, that I'm not sure about, because I think you want to keep those in almost entirely to pitch for Oran and Nebraska.
That's fair.
Um, the Asura, on the other hand,
Asura's nice because it reactivates your backups. I don't think there's a lot of you don't really particularly care about grabbing stuff back from grave with it.
it does
Um,
grab. It does. Oh well, it grabs almost all of your backups back, and it grabs Nebraska back, which is nice. Actually, we could probably keep that at 3. I think the big thing is the reactivating, but at the same time, as you pointed out, this isn't a storm list, right?
yeah, you don't
Like,
need the reactivation all the time. I'm putting the Asura at
yeah,
2. I'd actually say it's okay to cut. A lot of
yeah,
your
I
value
actually agree
comes
with that.
from other stuff. You don't need to worry really about reactivating backups.
Yeah, in that case, I would rather see Aqua Taras.
Yeah.
Hmm. And
This
it's
is a
still
tricky
the
one.
backups are the other ones that I'm just like stuck on.
I'm comfortable with the backup line that I've set up here. So I've got 2 Baralai, 3 of the Len, 3 Riku, 3 Brother, 2 Shinra, 3 Buddy. I
Uh,
got 16 backups. They have a lot of synergy here. I think the backups are fine.
yeah, Humped Evans is playing D&D. Let's see. Yeah, because like that, the one thing I'm stuck on is the Len. I so I'm just wondering, like, is there something better? Because that's the thing is, do you want to tap 2 backups after you cast a summon to draw a card? However, like you could Asura and then do it. The things you like you Kaholan and then you hold up backups for responses and then you just like tap and draw if they don't do anything else.
Yeah.
She makes Amatoros cost 5, but you also draw a card. Like there's options there. I'm wondering, yeah, maybe Len is just worth it.
I mean, it's that or you like the only other water backup that you'd probably care to play without removing some stuff from the front row would be maybe Owaka, but
Yeah.
like he's a draw 2
No,
discard 1. So
actually. Well, that's the thing is that you'd rather have the forward Waka.
mhm.
Three drop
No, Owaka.
oh, Owaka?
I said Owaka, draw 2 discard
Owaka.
1.
Oh, Owaka. I think he wait, who?
O
Right?
apostrophe AKA.
Oh. Oh, Aka. Okay.
Yeah, so I was saying Owaka.
Oh, Aka.
Owaka.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, oh, you just played Loppy. And then I realized that it's 10. Uh actually that
No,
might
it's
might
FF10
be a
with a burst.
choice.
Yeah.
But the other thing I don't like here is the Kimari. I don't even think you want to run the forward
No,
Kimari.
I
I just
took
don't like
all
the
the
summon.
Kamaris out. I
Yeah,
have
let's
no
take one
Kamari in
out.
this deck. Only a shadow where he once was. Um,
Because I'm also like I'm looking at Lena because obviously my brain says like this card's really good. Because the other thing is it revives literally everything sans Tidus in this deck. Gets Braska back. Gets well, I doubt you'll want to get Pain back, but gets Lulu back. Gets Yuna back. Like there's a lot of things that it targets. You could technically run King Typhon if you really cared to, but I
King
also think that the
Tycoon, you
backup
mean?
lineups, yeah, it's King Tycoon, but I think the backup lineup's already kind of tight.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, your own burst pool is pretty decent here. We have
Yeah.
12 EX bursts, which is like, it's a quarter of the deck roughly. There's some pretty dang good bursts. You got Cahullin, Brunhilde, Leviathan, you have Shinra, and then you have, well, I have Pain.
Mhm.
Um, so I think that's fine where it is. It's
Yeah.
this. It's hard because again, we're trying to focus on the summons so that we can utilize Lulu and Braska and Siren.
Mhm.
But FF10 is so like it's just so unoptimized outside of that Storm variant.
Yeah.
Like that Storm, the Storm lists we've seen just take, I think, the best advantage of 10, but 10 is still just not. I just don't think it's quite there. I mean, we're gonna see some stuff tomorrow in Kansas, right? Like,
Yeah.
we'll watch the stream and be there. Oh, by the way, do you want like? I'm debating if we want to just have like a mini like watch party in the Discord for that. If you're down, I
Uh,
might just do it because I have tomorrow free suddenly. So
yeah.
yeah,
I might pop in. I
mm-hmm,
don't think I have anything planned tomorrow. Outside
yeah,
of I'm just gonna be doing some personal work. Um, but yeah, I don't think I have anything going. I remember I was waiting to hear back from Ryan, but I know Ryan's been like exhausted.
mm-hmm,
Yeah, I could probably hop in for that.
cool. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, so like I'm just trying to think of what exactly we want to do. Mostly with the forward lineup. That's where I'm trapped, is the forward lineup.
Uh,
I'm not used to running control or mid-range decks that have this kind of this kind of this setup of like mostly summons that is not like I've played I played Earth Lightning Chark when that was
yeah.
like first coming. I saw that at a tournament. I cloned it from memory, played it, and enjoyed the hell out of
Mm.
it. And I think I did really well with it. But this is a whole different beast because it's not. It's just not quite the same. So um, yeah, I'm
Mm.
stumped here.
Because
So
the other weird thing about this deck is it's kind of control-y, but you're only running 15 backups. Because I'm running test hands on the little sim right
mm-hmm,
now, and opening Buddy like opens this deck up, like
yeah,
absolutely just like pries this deck open where you immediately have an explosive start. Because like for example, the hand that I just drew is Buddy Cahullin Riku Tidus Yuna.
yeah,
And then we draw my one for turn, and I get another Yuna. Perfect. So you pitch the Yuna, you pitch the Caholen, you play Buddy, grab from the deck. You could grab Brother. You could grab like anything that lets you. Let's see, because I think you want to grab like a water backup. So then let's just grab Len, right? So Len to hand, and then you pitch the multicolor Yuna for
mm-hmm,
Len, or multicolor Yuna for Riku, pitch the Tidus for Len. That gives you three backups turn one,
mm-hmm,
and then activate draw two. That gave me a brother. Like that lets me pop off some more. I drew Braska as well. Like I can see that, but I also had two mullies in a row. Here we go. Like this one is Leviathan, Siren, Cahullin, Lulu, Asura. This is like an unplayable hand. Like I at
mm-hmm.
that point I would like pitch to Lulu, get something back. So let's mulligan. Yuna, Oron, Yuna, Asura, Oaka. Like then let's draw one. Let's draw two. Let's say I'm going second.
Mm-hmm.
Like Brynhilde Riku kind of saves this hand. You go Riku, Oron, um, and then draw two. There's Braska and okay. Now the deck's actually recovering. Never mind. I just had like two really bad mullies in a row. Like you're gonna have some weird opening. Like here's one. I mullied into Tidus, Cahullin, Yuna, Pain. Like at that point, I think you overpay for the Pain, get Riku, play Riku.
Mm-hmm.
Um, It's all about kind of finding those lines. The big thing is like if this deck doesn't open Buddy, it's rough.
So here's a
Uh,
thought.
uh,
Opus 22 Yuna.
uh, Opus 22, you know?
The wedding dress Yuna.
Let me take a look at it. Oh, I'm in the wrong category. That's why. Wedding dress, wedding dress, During your turn, the cost required to play next Titus. Titus enters field, chooses summon your breach into hand. Eh, I think the wind water unit is just so good.
That's the struggle I'm having, is that they're both really solid, and because like think about it, this one grabs you a summon back, so okay, fodder for
If you
Braska.
play Titus.
It it discounts Titus, which is huge.
No, it gets you summon back if you play Titus.
Okay, so you play the Titus.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Do you combo with this
Yeah.
Titus? You play the Yuna, discount the Titus. Titus comes in, discounts
Uh,
something else for free, and
uh.
then like you play that thing and you get a summon, so you get combo right there, right there.
I suppose. But like that opposed to a unit that just says ETB remove something.
Sure,
And depending on how you set it up, remove a forward and then banish it to the damage zone. And also the damage 5 is really nice. Like that's the thing is I don't think you're getting a lot of mileage out of the blue unit. And also you could pitch the multicolor unit to play more backups.
sure.
Like
I'm gonna put the multicolor unit at 2 and put the discount unit at 1.
all right. Also I'm gonna write a note for just like my thought process on this.
Yeah,
Interesting. Braska's final Aeon? No.
I don't think so. Like I'm just trying to decide what forwards are most important that are currently here. Like I don't think we need to change out a whole lot of forwards that are going to go in.
Hmm.
Like I don't think we need to add a whole lot of forwards from what I've already got at least. It's
Yeah.
tough. This is really, really tough.
Hmm. What's the card that you want to open? It's brother, right? Buddy.
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 Buddy into Riku. Or buddy into brother. Buddy into Shinra. Honestly, like you have like buddy into whatever the hell you need is I think ideal. But yeah, I have 52
Mm.
cards now. So I need to slim down 2. Really tough figuring out what to slim down. I need to slim down forwards because I have 20 forwards. Um, it's just tough.
Also, he can. This is me like really trying to go crazy. You could technically run Zidane in here.
So I joked. I actually for a minute had the Firewind Zidane as a
Like
kind of a joke.
I'm like half thinking about cutting the Siren for it. It gives you another red to pitch for Braska, and Brunhilde and Ami. You can't search it, but you don't. I don't think you're
I don't think you care
super
to do
pained.
that. I don't think it matters.
Um, I'm wondering because that's the thing is so Siren, right? Like Siren's good,
Hmm.
obviously, but uh, let's see, you're at 32 summons and backups, but you are at a fair amount of forwards. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cut the Siren for one Zidane.
Hmm. Interesting.
Siren, I just don't think Siren comes in as handy as she seems. And I think in a deck like this, because most of the decks where I see Siren see a lot of successes, decks that are running like you're running like 9 forwards or you're running like 12 forwards. So the fact that you're at 18, I think is kind of pushing it.
Yeah, that's fair. It is. Yeah, FF10 doesn't really have room to play like not forwards.
Yeah. Because I don't want to cut Lulu. I don't. You could arguably cut a pain for it.
I mean, if I cut Siren, I'm at 50 exactly with my
Uh,
version. I mean, the other option is the summon discount Yuna.
For consistency's sake, she's searchable, but like that's the thing. I think the Windwater one is just that good. I think if you cut that Yuna and maybe if you cut like Tidus, if you narrowed your forwards down to like Braska, Lulu, Siren, and like maybe Zidane,
I would say
I
Braska,
could see
Lulu,
it.
Orin if we're gonna like really slim down on forwards.
Yeah,
Like that's what you'd go down to, and then yeah, you'd have the discount Yuna in back row, and then
mm,
you'd have a buttload of summons and stuff. But it only discounts water summons, which I mean that is,
yeah,
in my version that's a good amount of summons, but eh.
yeah.
So I do, yeah, it's tough because 10 like I said already before, like 10 is a really experimental category right now. Nobody really
Yeah.
knows where it's landing, and nobody really knows, aside from the Storm version, like what is actually good. Everyone's experimenting with different stuff. Like Frank at Chupacabra is going very mid range with it. He's trying to
Uh,
just kind of establish a board presence, kind of play it almost like Soiree in a sense,
mm,
where I think he's got two colors, but I think he might branch into a third. He's just trying to flex it however his opponent is playing.
mm,
Um, and like last night I saw him like trying. He had ideas, but he didn't have a lot of the cards he needed for it.
mm.
Um, because I can see what he was going for. Um, Tonight with this, I don't know. It's tough. Ooh, I hear thunder out in the distance. I know it's supposed to storm tonight around like 9 p.m. and that is right about nowish.
It was like kind of misty when I was driving home. I swung by Daiso, and it like that's the thing is every time I went outside today, it looked like it had already rained, but I never caught it raining.
Hmm.
I think I'm done with my version.
Yeah, I think I'm done with
I,
mine also.
hmm.
But I can't honestly, this is one time on a Fix It Friday where I don't think I'm confident in my version. Like
I'm
it's tough. I
uh
genuinely don't know how to spin 10.
Yeah, I'm somewhat confident in my version. I like there's a couple of ratios that I still feel weird about. I'm still a little weird about 3 of 5 drop Tidus, but it does seem really strong in this deck.
I left mine
It
at
seems
2.
outstanding in this deck because the idea of playing Tidus bouncing it back up, play Yuna for free is really nice, or something like that. But I'm wondering here. Actually, I'm gonna bump Tidus to 2. I'm gonna bump Zidane to 2. Um, because the idea of even like Tidus bounce, Riku play Pain for free, search Yuna,
Mhm.
like there's um there's legs there. Like I think Tidus is a really good card, but I'm not sure if he's a 3 of. Um, I'm gonna throw that into the
All right. So I'm waiting for you to save yours so I can refresh.
All right, and saved.
Okay, so here's Ty's version for those
Uh-huh.
who need to see it.
Oh, if
Um,
you refresh again, it should swap out Atias for Zidane.
I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Oh,
got
the
that.
stream's just taking a while. Okay.
Yeah, stream takes a second.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
YouTube ingest. Yeah, so this is your version. Mine's been on screen for a while, obviously.
Mhm.
Um, I'm just I'm stuck on this one. This is a head scratcher for me. I'm usually not this stumped, but FF10, man.
Ketan's just it's really hard to get a feel of how powerful it is because I look at a card like Waka and I'm like, this card can't be bad. Like
Yeah.
this card cannot be bad. I look at a card like Tidus and where I'm like, oh, this is just like a huge threat. Like this is just a really scary card. And
Mm-hmm.
you're running Lulu. Like you're running so many like good cards that it's just like, damn, what do I do? Oh, we're on stream. Uh, can you guys hear us? Or we're at Mike's rather.
Hmm.
Cool. Hi everybody.
Hey guys. Sorry we can't be there, but we're a
Oh,
little busy.
why? What are you doing?
Yeah, just painting my nails and doing my hair and
Oh,
thinking about
samey,
boys.
samey. Chasing tail, committing hate crimes, the usual.
Dude, I actually showed some of my coworkers Say Anything the other day just to be
Uh
like,
huh.
okay, so you guys can get these references I'm making now.
Uh huh.
And I'm proud to say I got a couple chuckles. So,
Yeah. Look,
okay.
look. Unironically, "Is a Real Boy" is an amazing album. Unironically, the self-titled is an amazing album. It's really good. It's really edgy. You have to kind of go into it with that kind of idea of just like I'm gonna get some edge. I'm gonna hear some goofy stuff in this album. But also, I caught up with that artist. I wanted to listen to some of his thinking about boys while your husband dies on Call of Duty. uh, I listened to some of his new stuff. He has completely fallen off. I feel so bad.
Oof.
His latest album was really bad, and it's just
That's
him now. It's not the band anymore.
that's not surprising, honestly. It's been a while.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Anyway,
anyway, yep, so here's Ty's version. And I think you have a bit more confidence in yours than I do in mine
yeah.
because like here's mine. I threw in a little bit of search, a little bit of tech,
Mhm.
and yeah, I don't know. 10, this one stumps me. Like I'm just
Yeah.
stumped here.
I feel like 10 is just such a category I've completely ignored, and I should play it. Like it feels fun, and like that's the thing is once again I'm reading Waka. I'm like, there's no way this card is bad.
Yeah, walk. I
Like
don't think
I'm reading some
Waka's
of
the
these cards, and
concern
I'm just
here.
like, why haven't I used this?
Yeah,
Though
walk is a
Braska,
linchpin of the storm version too. It's like it's
yeah.
some of your key removal.
I will say, I think Braska's a solid card. I don't think he's as good as he comes off. Um, at least I don't think he's good enough to build around, I suppose. Like I think he's good. I think he's really good in this deck. He's very searchable in this deck, and you have enough summons to just like start pinging stuff. Um,
Sure, but
and
Shabab
Grand
wants to
Summon,
try it, so we try
yeah,
it.
yeah. I think it's worth it because that's the thing is you're in a weird version of removal dot deck
Mm-hmm.
where you have Braska where you're just discarding cards to ping stuff for 7k. Grand Summon is legitimately a scary card. If the opponent has two forwards, they can play around it. Worth noting. And I don't know how much. I want to say that we have a fair amount of removal in the format, but he costs two. It's not like a huge dent to play him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but if I complained that a card died to removal, like I'm not really being genuine.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So, all right, I think
Like,
are we good? We good to move on to the next deck?
Yeah. Well, the last thing I will say, Braska making 6-drop Leviathan also read discard this deal 7k to something is very nice.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the
Uh,
Lev 6 just gets better. Yeah,
yeah.
every time you
Yeah.
think about how that card works, like this is just one more way to make it even better.
Mhm.
So,
But all right.
all right, cool. So we can close that off in a sec. Here we have Warren's. Oh, we only have one of Warren's submissions. He
Mhm.
put a few in here.
Which one?
Well, the first one, first come, first serve. So we have the WAF one.
Let me click onto it. I can't. Do do do. Sorry, I have to. I hate the threads on Discord, and I keep like losing them. There it is. Okay. 2-cost Waff Rush. Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
So
Maria.
this is pretty this is pretty like typical, I think. I think Maria is a card I don't agree with here.
Mhm.
Um, I can kind of see why it exists. To like animate, like a card you want to get rid of. Um, like if you like the thing is so if Shantotto's out, right? If you played a Shantotto, like
Uh-huh.
Maria, and then get it to die, and then you play another Shantotto, but there's only one Shantotto here. So first things first, I'm gonna copy
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think we can cut. I think we can cut Maria. I thought we just copied this. Copy. All right, there
Yeah.
we go.
So cut
So yeah,
Maria
Maria I
first.
think is an easy cut.
Yeah. So
Cloud
Hain,
is an
Lon,
easy
Tomo.
3 of. That lawn is that lawn an
That's
easy
that's
3
like that's
of?
the waffle that you run.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Let me double check lawns because I could have swear there was another one that came out somewhat recently that is just like, oh yeah, there's you have a good reason for running this.
Mm-hmm. All right. So how
No,
many two
no, I
drops are
was
in the
thinking of a
deck?
different card.
18 two drops. So Galoof isn't
Oh.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Um.
Also, I see Princess Gobbo, but I don't see the Goblin line.
Yeah. That.
And
So
I
that is
think,
definitely because like that should definitely be a thing.
yeah.
Yeah. Um.
Um,
So I'm putting in one of the demon.
mhm.
I just think that card's like fun with Waff. But
Yeah,
then
it's
definitely the
another.
Goblin line, right?
Yeah, yeah, goblins. We definitely want to run the goblins. I keep thinking
Um,
that lawn has effects around that goblin, but I'm always wrong. Because lawn's also a really interesting card. 'Cause, I don't know. I'm thinking of how it was back in the day, right?
yep.
Because you played this deck with Rain, and then he's running the Hane. What were the other forwards that you ran? Frit, I think.
Well, way back when, yeah, you would run Frit, but I don't think you run that
Yeah,
nowadays because there's no Ifrit that you really particularly desperately need to get off its death.
yeah.
Um,
Mind you, there's some nice ones you could get,
oh
but
yeah, for sure.
I mean, hell, even wait, can Rain doesn't give them haste?
Yeah, Rain gives
Oh yeah,
everything but herself haste if it's Waff.
I will say playing Rain into Frit swing in, and then if they block it, kill play the free Ifrit is P nice. Like,
That's that. Hold
I'm
on.
wondering if because I'm wondering if that's like what like Phoenix here. Phoenix is like fine. I think you could probably even put it to 1. I mean, you're reviving a lot of good thing. Or is it? Do you have to choose a forward or a fire forward? Choose up to 1 forward. Oh wow, yeah. So, oh, Phoenix hitting Cloud is actually really nice then.
I mean, the Cloud
Um,
can be played anyway because you have a bunch of WAF characters.
yeah. Well, specifically, Wolf
Lon and
cares
Rain.
about having Lon and Rain, but
Yeah,
let me read
but the
this
break
Galoof
is
too.
nice.
Forwards
The
you
break
control.
is easy to hit.
As a battlefield reveal top 5. Play 1 forward cost 2. Huh. I'm wondering. Okay, I'm gonna go into the test bit. I'm gonna play Galoof effects like 3 times in a row. Reveal top 5.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna use the mulligan system. So here we hit Lon, which isn't a bad. Uh,
Oh, so we definitely
we
also
hit
have to think about
Kane,
our
which
limit
also isn't
break.
bad.
I'm gonna think about limit break real quick.
Hit Tama.
I'll be
Hit Hane again.
okay. So that's a given.
Huh. Galoof is more interesting than I thought it would be. I wish he could target character, but I think he'd be a little too good. Also, how do you feel about Fenrir?
The Fenrir, I mean, with the majority of your forwards being 2 drops, or at least half of them, I think it's a worthwhile card. And worst case, he costs 1.
Yeah.
Um, I think that's pretty useful considering how much removal is targeted right now.
Mhm.
Um, I think it's solid. I don't like it at just 1, honestly. I think if you're gonna
Yeah.
have that in here, you need to commit to having it in here because
Hmm.
you're not getting it back in any way. So gotta have him on hand.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have Ami. Like, especially if you don't have Ami.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because I think Ami's also worth running. The other one that I'm still weird about is Seraphitama. I think I see the line. I mean, you draw so many cards off of Seraphy, assuming that she survives. Though I think that's well, Fenrir can't target Seraphy. Well, you can pay 1, but still. And it's only it can't be chosen by summons. I actually don't like Fenrir that much. Because if he had avoided abilities too, I think it would be probably very
Yeah,
worth.
that's
But
fair. I mean, honestly, the Fenrir is fun, but
yeah,
ideally it should be Ami, right?
yeah,
Like I think ideally because Miss Dragon can avoid summons and abilities that deal damage, right? Just dull it, protect it.
yeah,
Ami will do the majority of the rest of the protecting, and like you're not gonna toolbox your way out of every kind of targeting. So
yeah,
yeah, you're gonna eat the Lev 6, whatever. Um,
yeah. Also, really quick, I feel like an idiot. I just realized that Edgar is WAF.
yeah, Edgar is Waff.
Because I was like, Edgar's such a weird choice here. Because I was just like, yeah, you play your forwards mainly, like that's fine. And then I like double checked. I was like, wait a second,
Yep,
it does discount rain. I forgot how many things discount rain. Honestly,
yep. Any Waff discounts the rain.
I'm also seeing. I
Hmm.
just wish you had more viable forwards for this deck. I wish you had more 2-drop forwards that you could run. I don't know.
Yeah,
WAF needs a revitalization because I remember back then some people were running like Bahamian soldier. Some
Bahamut.
people
Oh,
were
Bahamutian
running,
soldier. Yeah,
yeah, and I also still remember running what was that? What was that
Sigwardus,
crazy line?
Brandalus, Pelennor combo.
Yeah, yeah. God, I missed that. So yeah, so guard is Pelennor. Thankfully, we were able to move away with that because we have cards like Edgar
Mm-hmm.
and Princess Gabo. Yeah. Oh, the fact that Princess Gabo is searchable is really nice too. If you only
Yeah,
search
the
for
downside is
one.
what do you like? Do you
Yeah.
just search her for the backup? Like pretty much. I mean, she's a Waff backup, so makes sense
Yeah.
to me.
That's the thing is the goblins are already nice, and especially if you have so many 2-drops in this deck. Like, let's say I play Cloud, right? So I play Cloud, I kill something. Now I have a Cloud that's a 2-drop 5k. So with a goblin on field, I'm threatening 8k damage if they block Cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I almost wish that Cloud had first strike, but he would probably be busted.
Yeah, it'd be pretty strong.
Yeah. That Bosch was another card that I'm like, why is this here? And then I'm reading it, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like
Yeah,
Rain is just
Bosch is
such a
like
powerhouse.
the whole like Bosch fits the deck very well. I almost say Galoof isn't worth it.
I
Like, because
that's
he's
the big
not
thing I've been
Waff.
debating as
Like
well.
it's just because he's not Waff almost. Like Bosch is the
Yeah,
exception here.
the issue is you like don't have another WAF forward
Well, right. I mean, like, okay, so
unless you
so
desperately want to
here, let
run
me
like
save real
Honcho
quick.
Queen.
Look at the variant I have right now. Like if you wanna see what I'm doing here.
Here, yeah,
Um
I'm looking at the stream.
oh hold on,
Go ahead.
I need to up the Ami count. I don't know if Phoenix is there and it's kinda nice, but
It's nice because that's the thing is it's nice to get like Cloud back,
yeah.
but I don't think it's. I think I put it to 1. I'm probably gonna keep it at 1. I might cut it.
Yeah, I can cut
Because I think
Ami to
Amaterasu.
2 or put Ami at 2. Ifrit at I'd like the Ifrit at 2 if possible as well.
Yeah.
Um
I want to see what
Really
choices we have for
the struggle
Ifrit.
I'm having here is ratios.
Yeah.
Because Waff hasn't had. WoF hasn't been relevant for a while, and there are still people who want to make it work.
Yeah.
Um, it's still cheeky, but I don't know.
Mm, yeah, actually, I'm at 51 and I like my ratios enough. But the only problem is I haven't put the goblins in yet.
Yeah, I already have the goblins in.
Because that's going to be the thing when it comes to deck size. It's going to be rough. Actually, in that case, I might just get rid of the Gloofs. Like Gloof is gonna hit a fair amount, but you also don't want to like random hit Gloof. You
Well,
know,
right, yeah, it's
like
not.
the
Well,
fact
it's a
that
card you
Gloof
want to.
isn't,
Go ahead.
he's not targeted. He's not targeted, and he gives the 2K buff. Like I think the 2K buff's decent, but I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually just gonna cut Gloof.
I almost say I'm gonna cut the backup Shantotto.
I'm debating cutting a Tyro. I put loose up to 3, and I'm kind of regretting it. I could probably put that to 2 again. I don't mind one Toto because the thing is this deck is so low to the ground that if the opponent pops off and I Toto and then it's just like especially if I already have 3 backups, right? That means that Rain outside of the Toto costs like 2. Um and then I play Hane, she gets haste. I play Frit, he gets haste. I play
Sure.
Lon, he gets haste, you know. Um
I see.
so
That's
when I
because I
create
still have that demon in the deck. So demon
yeah,
plus the LB Shantotto. I feel
yeah.
like you're probably okay with all your combo board wipe
I'm gonna
shenanigans.
cut I'm gonna cut Frit down to 2. 2 Frit's nice, but I just wish he had like first strike.
Yeah. Oh, Edgar can be a two. That's well. Do I want Edgar at two? I don't know. That seems like a pretty good card. I think Tyro
The
can go
fact
to
that
two.
yeah,
It's a nice
Tyra's the
burst,
other one.
but not
The
not
only
mission
issue,
critical.
yeah, that's the only issue with it is that you're cutting out a burst for it.
Sure.
I think I think the list landed kind of where I want it. I'm also just curious as to how Seraphy Tama will work. Because I remember back in the day, you ran the other Seraphy, I think.
Way back when, yeah, but
Yeah,
this is the pair that people tend to run nowadays. I very rarely
yeah,
see the old version if I see a WAF deck.
yeah. Also,
Not
Tama
that I'm
just being
seeing
a
WAF decks all
floating,
that often, but you get what I mean.
Tama being a floating Ami is pretty nice too. And we don't have a lot of splash damage in this current meta, do we?
Um, no, so we have, I
Yeah,
mean,
Tama.
Demon still
Huh.
exists, right?
Mm.
I'm trying to think of other like board wide effects that still
Like it obviously
technically
dies to a
exist.
board wipe, but like I don't know. Tama's a very interesting card.
I mean, Ferris exists, right? Like
Yeah,
Ferris exists in Warriors of Light, Wool 7, depending on how you're running it.
yeah.
Um,
Though Ferris would have to do Fer.
it does
Huh.
packets, yeah,
Yeah, it does packets and it can't target Tama.
right.
God, Tama's just such a weird card. I'm like debating putting Tama into like a mono Earth list, like as a one of. Because it's the fact that it's a floating Ami. Like it's just like, oh, you're gonna kill my Amexalt. Like, no, you're not. Or it's like, oh, you're gonna kill Warrior of Light. No, you're not. You know?
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. Summon or ability. That's actually pretty good.
It is pretty friggin' good.
Yeah. Like the only thing that I'm still weird about is the Seraphy, but I don't know. Maybe like if Seraphy searches Tama and draws you cards, like
Yeah, I think I
yeah.
have the deck where I want it.
I'm gonna say
this is
same.
about it.
I'm gonna say same.
I think that's the other
Uh
struggle though is loose should probably be Oh, she's discounted for Rain and Lawn too, so it's even
She
better.
she's fine at 2 in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Edgar at
Um,
well, I was gonna say
Edgar
Edgar at
plays
2, Luce
her.
at 3, but it can go either way.
Yeah, Edgar plays her. If Rorik searched her, I'd put her at 3.
But he doesn't.
But yeah, but he doesn't. Yeah, I think the list. Oh, I never put together a limit break deck for this list. Let me do that.
I think Limit Break is pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
It's just Machina, Zac, Shantotto, Mott, Vincent, Noctis.
yeah. Also, to the second level crew, whoever's playing against Nick, he currently has an Amaterasu in hand. Watch out for it. He has an Amaterasu in hand. I can see it. Um, yeah. So I think for your limit break, you gotta throw in a Vinny, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Vinny's at 1. You can pop your Lucy or Rorik and then just play another one.
yeah. Uh, Vinny's one Toto. I like wish you could run I wish you could run Cloud in this, but your only other or you just have to discard a Cloud for it. Like at
It's
that point you'd probably
awkward,
rather play
yeah.
Cloud,
I mean,
yeah.
Tyro can do it, but at the same time,
Um
I think you'd just rather have this Cloud.
yeah, I think Mott is really good in here.
Yeah, Mod is a one of for sure. Maybe even a
Also, please,
2.
can we please can we get more multi-element LB cards? Because I'm looking at these and I'm like, oh, where's the Fire Earth one? Oh yeah, we don't have one. The fact that because when the most recent set came out, I was so expecting them to continue the cycle, and
hmm
then they didn't, and I was just like, okay, like I'm very don't get me wrong, very happy to get Golbez,
Yeah.
love Golbez, but like, where's like, come on, like where, like why break the chain?
Because it would make you
Why?
happy.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. Um, oh, Noctis is an easy ad.
Yep. I mean, just look at mine. I think I'm pretty. I think this like mathematically is like the most functional one you could get. I
Yeah,
think
oh
maybe
yeah.
like a ratio could be tweaked, but like,
Hmm.
eh.
Make it I'm like kind of debating. I think you want Zach, right? Nice
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
that's the thing is if you draw that Ifrit, like Zach Ifrit's pretty nice.
yeah. You just kill 10k.
Uh yeah, because I think our only difference is I'm gonna run two Zach, two Mott, because I think you're gonna be playing Mott a fair amount.
I think Machina
Just
is a good board wipe recovery,
yeah. Yeah,
but
Mikey is
other
not
than
bad.
that, I
Also
mean,
he's a
like,
two drop, so he's under protection of a lot of cards. Actually, no.
exactly. In a
I think
perfect
I could
world, you
Zach.
could Phoenix him back, but
Yeah.
that'd be a little broken.
Yeah.
That'd be really
Yeah.
strong. Oh yeah,
I
just get back
mean,
an LB.
imagine a deck where you could just fetch back the Leos or a Tidus. Ugh.
Ugh, that'd be gross. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we're
I
okay
think.
with here, let me show off yours.
Yeah,
Let me show
here.
off your version here.
Let me name it really quick, and then while you're commenting on it, I'm gonna write it to the little write up.
Cool.
Uh,
The stream's only about 30 seconds behind, roughly, it seems. That's cool.
Cool. I was still right about Nick's Amaterasu in hand.
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna say you are. I with no
Yeah.
actual knowledge of it. All right. So,
Yep.
late
Oh, saved.
update. Please refresh page. Okay. Ty's version. All right. So your version is pretty similar, with the
Yeah.
exception of you putting in one extra goblin. You took out the two-headed dragon and the djinn, which I took out the two-headed goblin. Or sorry, I took out two-headed goblin. I took out the djinn. I kept in the two-headed dragon at one of.
Mhm.
Limit break is pretty similar to mine, with a ratio difference. You kept the backup Shantotto. Um, but otherwise, like, we're pretty similar here.
Yeah, like that's the thing about being in Fire Earth is you kind of just choose your board wipes. Like I
Yeah.
think the demon's good, but obviously I have my biases towards Shintotto. I just think Shantotto's really good. Um, but at the same
Right.
time, you can run the demon. Like I don't think the demon's a bad choice. I
Yeah.
mean, arguably you could even run. You probably can't run Ned, but you could probably run Shadowlord as well.
You could run Shadow Lord. That's true. That's true.
Like especially if you're worried about if you're worried about like knights matchups or something. Like
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a choosy one, but yeah. Shadow Lord's also an option. Like that's the
Hmm.
thing is that Toto can be Shadow Lord, can be the demon, can be any of that. I like Shinto, so
Yeah. See, I
I'm
like
gonna
the
put it
demon
Shadow.
because you can give it haste with the goblin.
Yeah, I
Like that's
wish
that's the
there's
key
a
thing there. I think worth like at ETB deal the board like the board wide AoE effect and then give it haste swing, like
mm,
do it again or RFG break zone kill like nuke a thing. That's pretty cool. That's pretty useful, I think.
yeah. Oh, I'm
So
actually really surprised. Uh, there's only one WAF monster total.
really,
Yeah, and it's Tonberry.
really,
Oh, he did not have an Ami in hand. Oh no. Oh
ah,
no. I'm a
wow,
fraud.
wow, holy crap, you're right. One waff monster. Well, that
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah. Hopefully, I don't know. WAF. This is something that we talked about in Discord briefly, or I've talked about it in real life a lot. Like, I want more WAF support. WAF is just. I had a blast with it. I think like we could even just kind of keep Rain around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we could get another like low to the ground WAF list, I'd be extremely happy. Like I don't know, that deck was just a lot of fun to play. I as much as I hated sitting across from it, I really loved piloting it.
Well, and look at the cost of the deck. Like
Yeah,
actual like money cost wise, $60.
yeah,
That's pretty good. Like Hane is
yeah.
20 cents.
The
Everything
most
else is
expensive card is Toto.
pennies. Bosch is a couple bucks. Shantotto's a few bucks. Rain is a few bucks.
Yeah, and
Ami's a
even
few bucks. The rest is pennies.
even hopping onto TCG Player, you could find that Shintotto for less than that too. So it's
Yeah.
like yeah, like for example, Legacy Collection it's selling for $3. You know.
Yeah. So like you have a lot of like if you throw the one of demon in there, okay, it's it's
Uh,
$10, but like still it's a one
yeah.
of.
Also,
I
I have
think if
something I
you
have to.
oh
Oop,
go ahead.
sorry. Oh, I was gonna say something I have to laugh about. I when looking up the Shintotto on TCG Player, I came across the Shintotto full art reprint,
Yeah.
and they still have it's very deceptively saying it's $12, and then you click onto it,
And
and
you
it's
see the
three listings at
foil is
$12,
yeah.
and then the foil's 123.
Yeah, I know I laughed at that recently. But like the
Yeah.
only thing you could do to this deck to change it and make it even more like aggressive. Yeah, you can do Clive Ifrit, like duh. Fire, it's
Uh,
fire. You can throw Clive
yeah.
Ifrit in there. Um but at the end of the day, like if you want to keep this deck like you like in your phrasing low to the ground,
Yeah.
then yeah, you just skip that. But if you want to go like balls to the walls with it, okay, you find a way to fit that in here. You take out some summons, I guess. Um, but like you take out the Frit, you take out the Ifrit summon, and like I guess you take out like one cloud, and
Uh-huh.
then okay, there you've got Clive Ifrit stuff. Um, but or you take out maybe like one of the one drop goblins. Um,
Yeah.
but like that is optional and I think cheeky tech. Um, and it raises the cost of the deck by like over $100. So
Yeah.
because like
Yeah.
Clives are $30 right now, so a play set of that plus $7 Ifrits. Yeah, you hit like $115 almost.
Yeah. Like
So
I'm a huge advocate for if it has red, run Clive Ifrit in it.
yeah,
But um I like that's the thing is I think you'd have to take so much out of this deck to do that
yeah,
that it's just not worth it. You'd have to cut Seraphy. Probably have to cut Seraphy Tama for it, which
I don't
I'm
know
not sure
about
if you really
that.
want to
But
do.
yeah, I mean,
Like
either way, you could make cuts. Like you'd make cuts.
yeah.
You twist it around a little bit. You have the Clive Ifrit, but
Uh,
like Clive Ifrit, this is very much a deck that is not. competitive. Like you're not
Yeah.
like this is a pet deck. I don't think
Yeah.
Clive Ifrit belongs in every single pet deck. Like
Yeah.
you don't need to make the deck cost like $170 just
Unless it's
because.
my pet deck.
Well, I
And
mean
then
you
I'm
do
definitely
you, but
running
I'm just
Clive
saying like other
Ifrit.
people.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, not everyone can have a Clive Ifrit. Not everyone like yeah. Once again, as an advocate for putting Clive Ifrit into any deck, like not every deck needs it.
Yeah. So, all right, ready to move on then?
Yeah. Let
Okay.
me Oh, there it is. Sorry, I always care about picking the deck list image.
Hmm, that's fair.
Where's Rain? There she is. Very cool.
All right. So the next one
And so
is also Warren, with the Warrior of Darkness Chark.
ooh,
And this one
spicy.
is interesting. Um, I can tell you from experience, I tried running this almost an identical deck.
Yeah.
I kept some of the older tech in here,
Where's the fun?
like the Cisne that let you discard and stuff. But I played this kind of deck. I played some games against Jeff,
Mhm.
early on in our Chupacabra, um, times, which I keep mentioning that shop a lot, but like, just it's relevant, guys. I swear, it just keeps coming up. Sorry, Mike. I'm sorry. Um, but I ran a similar list with this or to this. I think before Limit Breaks came out.
Uh,
Um, and yeah, it was definitely before Limit Breaks, if not like right when they came out.
yeah.
Um, and I don't know what to recommend here because the deck pretty much is what it is. Um,
I do have. I have one glaring thing I can point out.
sure.
Um, -1 Cloud LB +1 Little Leela.
Oh yeah. Well,
You're
two
not
little
gonna play three
Leela?
clouds.
Oh
You
yeah,
could
you know what? That's
potentially.
fair because you get the chart, the arc discount. Yeah, because you're
Yeah.
never gonna cast the third cloud realistically anyway. Like it's
Yeah.
not actually. Is it? I don't think it's mathematically possible. Because
It's not.
this, yeah, two, so three, three. Yeah, you're out. So like, all right, let's get the copy going here.
But
Hello,
yeah, no. I.
copy. That copied
Mm,
successfully. Where is it? Okay,
feel
well,
weird about this list.
anyway, I'll edit this one.
I just feel like I see the lines of this deck. I just think it's so slow. And one of the issues, this is something that we've been talking about in chat a lot. I think E-Man's been pretty harsh on Lightning. E-Man and Brian have been really harsh on Lightning.
The
But
color, yeah.
honestly, one of its issues is you don't have backups that search backups. Like um, that's what makes it slightly rough. And mind you, this deck is running as many of those as you can. You're running Radia that can search Seymour and
Mm.
Arc. You're running Delusory Warlock just to grab Lady of Antiquity. I think that's valid, but I don't know. Um,
So I'm gonna say the same thing I always say, and that is you can remove the 5-drop Odin for the 9-drop Odin because
mm,
9-drop Odin is just the indiscriminate break. You're gonna have
yeah.
lightning stuff in the grave that you can remove to discount it. Um,
Eh. I
it's
mean,
not
honestly, in that case, I'd rather cut the Rama for it.
maybe, but monsters are relevant right now.
I suppose.
So you want to be able to kill monsters. It's just the struggle with this one is that this deck is so outside of the relevant current meta. Um, and like it's just like it like Earth Lightning Chark fell out a while ago anyway. But then to
Though,
do to put in the Warrior of Darkness is something that I found ineffective very quickly. That is not to
I
say, don't try it if you want to try it and enjoy it, but like I
I
got
feel like I would
stomped.
be I feel like I would be dishonest if I didn't mention this. I actually lost to this at Winter Cup. Not this list. I lost to a an Earth Lightning Shark list.
Oh yeah, traditional Chark
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, but that's the thing is I'm looking at this deck and I as much as I hate to say it, the one thing that's coming to my head is just like why are the Warriors of Darkness here?
Well, and that's what I'm saying is like like Jeff can vouch for this. Like I played I think
Mhm.
3 or 4 games in a row against him when I first got these Warrior of Darkness cards.
Yeah.
Which yeah, Limit Break had just come out. So we were playing, and I was using basically this same LB. I was using like this deck is very similar to what I was using at the time, like
Yeah.
almost card for card. I think the Irvine was the Cisne, and like that was it.
Mm.
Um, and like playing against 4 color good stuff that Jeff runs, I held him off for like a game, but he ended up beating me. Game 2, he just cleaned me out immediately. Game 3, we had like a kind of decent back and forth, but he overwhelmed me pretty quick. And
Mm.
then like it just kept kind of compounding. Like every time I
Yeah.
would get a lead, he would just rubber band. Whoops. He would rubber band and just come back and just destroy me in like 2 turns.
Yeah.
Um the Warriors of Darkness just don't provide enough value, especially the 9 drop knocked. Like, yeah, it searches 3, which is great. But if anything sets up faster than you, which, a lot of decks do
They
now,
will, especially in
like,
these colors.
yeah, well, because, like, the thing is with knocked, you either dump your whole hand to play it, and then he gets omnied, and then you lose.
Mm.
You dump your whole hand, you get the forwards, but then where are your backups, right? Like, you didn't set up backups. And it like and you're top decking, maybe you get a summon. If you draw 2 of the Dark Chaos, all of the Warrior of Darkness are pretty much off the plate in terms of like wanting to play them. And there's just a lot of things that feel awkward. Um Again, it's fun. It's a fun deck. It's goofy. It's it's cool to play. Um Another fun pet deck, but I would say that traditional Chark is like just outright stronger, if not
Yeah.
like, hey, move off the lightning, switch to the water earth variant, and splash the lightning, kind of like we saw at
Yeah.
last year's Materia Cup. Um, and yeah, so but like as it is, I think this is fine. Um, there's not a lot that I would tweak from it if you want to keep the theme.
Mm.
Let me real quick though search up like newer Earth and Lightning cards and just kind of see what like forward backups and summons we have that might be helpful here. I don't think it's going to be a lot of them, if any. Um, oh, I forgot to select which sets. Most recent. So, um, try this again. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot that you'd want to do here. Like maybe you throw in the Barreleye, but like where? Maybe drop one of the Shantottos for a Barreleye. Oh, the Adremalite could be nice, I guess, instead of the Heka. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong Heka. That's not the Heka I'd want to replace. You keep the Heka. Um,
Mm.
do you even put in the Adremalite?
I don't know. Like that's the thing is that you're running the drum like at that point just for like Man in Black, but Man in
Yeah,
Black, like everything else is just like kind of a half target with Man in Black. Like you mainly want a Man in Black grab arc, right? You want a Man in
yeah.
Black Mist. You want a Man in Black like Kusith. Like Man in Black Kusith is like the main one you want to grab. Um,
I mean, Sonon maybe you could put back in.
yeah, like that's the thing is
Valagarmonda maybe instead of.
everything everything I would do this deck I would just take out the Warriors of Darkness.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
that's the tough part, right? Like it's
yeah,
they're the suboptimal piece in the puzzle. But if you
yeah,
want if you
maybe
want to keep this to the theme, then like
yeah.
okay, let's do it.
Yeah, probably
Um
take out an X Death for Sonon. I think Sonon is still really good.
Sonon was a cheeky fun one. Um yeah, I don't think Edge is ever going to get played in this deck. Nyx is a maybe. as an
Actually, yeah,
LB.
I could probably mess with the limit breaks. Actually, can I mess with limit breaks? This seems like a really strong limit break deck,
Like it's
right?
solid. Like you're getting
Like,
back lightning summons, that's fine. Um,
yeah, like you could
like I
probably
don't
cut
think Edge is
a
realistically
lightning.
ever gonna get used in this deck. Like your
Yeah,
your damage, your control, your removal comes from your summons.
yeah.
Um,
Obviously, you're not going to play Kane. You could maybe play Sephiroth as like a
Sephiroth would be an interesting one for sure. Speaking of which, how did I miss that in my
I.
in
I almost wish you could run like Golbez Scarm or something.
yeah.
It would be worth it to run Gilgamesh just as a counter to Leo,
Um, maybe.
or just to remove cards from the break zone.
Eh.
See that, or well, you probably don't want to run Dragon, do you?
I don't think you're ever gonna have enough time, ever have the time to cast it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's so expensive, and so is like the curve of this deck is wild. Like
Oh, you probably
you
want.
have 8 9 drops.
That's it.
Or
You want
sorry,
to knock
nine
this
eight.
one.
Yeah, yeah 8 9 drops have as I have it right now. You have the 11 drop chaos, which obviously gets cheaper, but like worst case, your opponent's playing monocolor. It costs 9. That's expensive.
Yeah,
You have an 8 drop, you have a 7 drop that you have to sit around with, and that's LBs, but still, if I have the Sephiroth in there, um, like yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I'd love to get more opinions on this than just you and me shooting back and forth. Um, I would love to hear like Jeff and Brian and Dan chime in on this. Um, just because like they've definitely played against this stuff a lot. Obviously E-Man would be valid, but you know he lives in a different time zone, a little hard to get a hold of.
yeah, yeah. I just don't like. I made a version. I'm about to save it. Like it's a lot of small adjustments. It's putting in like Odin,
Mm-hmm.
or 9 drop Odin. But I really don't have much to do about this deck either. I switched up the LBs a little bit. Like backup lineup is probably the best it's gonna get. I can't imagine. Like I think you mentioned Barrel Eye. Barrel Eye is an option,
Yeah, like he
but
exists. I don't know. I don't know about
because
him for this one.
he does get back. One sec, where is Barrel Eye? He's most recent set, right?
Yeah, he's 25.
Yeah. She's a forward your breakdown out of hand. I mean, Barrel Eye get back chaos is nice, but that break effect is just so expensive.
Yeah.
5, like, yeah.
Yeah, I ended up cutting the Irvine. I put Man in Black to 2. I have Sonon here. I think Sonon should be a 2. Um,
I'm gonna keep Stone at 1, and I'm gonna save. Oh god damn it! Literally the worst time. One sec.
presumably his phone's going off or he's got laundry, but
Oop. Sorry about my headphones were dying.
oh, okay.
After this one, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, get something to drink,
Sure.
take a little bit of a break, and then be back in like 5 minutes. Save. All right.
Oh, hey,
Yeah, I saved my version.
Dan's in the chat. So he said that he messed with Warriors Darkness and kind of echoes what I'm saying, that he doesn't provide the value you need compared to like Warriors. Yeah, Warriors is a really good
Yeah.
point. That Warriors just blast out 3 to 4 forwards really quick for less cost, and then you still have a hand after the fact. That's all. That's actually a really good point that you do still get to have that hand after the fact.
Mm, Hmm. I mean, something interesting. Something that would be very dumb. I don't think this would work. I want to put a big asterisk on what I'm about to say because I really don't think it works. I'm wondering if there's a Fire Earth Warrior Shark build that can exist.
Oh God.
I don't think it does,
Yeah, I
but it would
don't.
be
I don't think
very
that
funny.
happens.
Because you have cards in Earth, so because if you're in Earth, you're still running Radio, right?
Hmm.
Um, you can also play 5-drop Terra, which just adds back Arc. That lets you run Amaterasu for further control. That lets you run. Well, you're already running Mist Dragon. You're running more removal. Like you're running warriors. I don't know. This is me just like kind of. This is me in Fantasyland. I might put that deck together though because it sounds very chaotic.
Ah,
Fire Earth
chaotic.
Warrior Shark Herm. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but
All
I
right.
will say
Did you save
about
yours? You save your
the thread.
version? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Um, I think we
Okay.
should probably do King Old Boy or Conrad or Think Frank Tank soon.
Well, you gonna
I'll be
skip
right back.
Warren's other two decks?
Well, yeah, we could do them. There's just a like. I don't want to dedicate like 2 hours to it to just war index when we have other people.
That's fair. That's fair. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's do Conrad next because
Yeah.
I think Frank has another FF10 deck
Yeah, and then we'll come back around to we can come back around to Warren's decks when we have a couple more minutes.
for
But
sure.
right now, bathroom time. Be right back.
Yeah, I'll keep ties on screen here while he runs to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna have a little bite and I'll be here. So just chill with me here, guys, and I'm gonna I'll be here. I'll be here. Just stuff in my face. Crunch. Okay. So this is Conrad's deck, I believe. Um, interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna copy this immediately. So first things first. 3. Which? I would drop the Ned to 2. Um, what does Lenora do? 4 forwarding your breaks on a hand. That's not Siren. Man in Black. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. I see. I see. I understand. Hmm. Um. Another thing I see wrong here. Well, not wrong, but something that stands out to me as a concern is that there's no way to get rid of extra dark cards if you draw them. Arc doesn't become free in any situation. Um, you just have arcs and neds without any way to recycle them. Um, and that's difficult. Um, so hmm. I don't think Titus ever actually realistically will be live in most scenarios. Which is why he's fine as a one of. Um, yeah, my concern really here, it really is being like bricked with the Neds. If you had a way to recycle the Neds, you could do some work there. Um, I do think we need more monsters. My power just flickered. Hopefully the stream is still live. Are we still live? We still good? Looks like we're good, but are you guys actually you guys seeing and hearing us? Okay. Okay, thank you. I always get worried when my power flickers because generally the power is stable, but if it flickers, that usually means like, oh man, you're at risk of actually losing power. So, um, yeah, yeah, I'm trying to think. What do you do to cycle? I guess flopper it, right? Like Loppy puts the card back at bottom, so like Loppy's nice. I think you could probably drop a Thornton for it, and maybe a drop a Reed. Um, Loppy there, just as like a way to cycle stuff. Or you could have more witch. You could do Tonberries for witch. Um, this one you do this, but like, but you could also do what's its name? There was another astrologian. Yeah, that also works. Astrology instead of Loperate. Kind of generically good water cards here. Um, Problem is these are really good bursts, right? Like Lena's a draw, Waka's a draw. Um, Reeve is just grab a card. Larsa searches for good stuff. Like it's tough. And I think the monster line is like you could throw more stuff in there as well. Like problem is that you're stuck to 50 cards, right? So yeah, the Moth Slasher is obviously like an obvious choice here. Um yeah, this guy's solid. I do like the Scorpion Sentinel. Uh what's I do? Vardikop Varg Vargapolis. Vargapolis. I can say words. Yeah. Eh. It exists. That would just exist as witch ammo, I guess. Spectral Keeper's kind of nice, but again, that's like kind of nice. It's not like necessary and stuff. Vegnagun again. That like, but like that. Well, okay. Vegnagun. Oh yeah, that's right. Astro only lets you look at the cards you put cards you looked at back in. Poo and Echidna are good choices. You are right. Echidna is valid. Yeah, you discard to animate. That's true. Um, yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, it's 54 cards right now. um, I think we could probably slip. So a 7-drop Odin can probably slip a little bit. It's a nice burst. Same with the 5-drop. Um, 5-drop could, this one here can probably actually honestly you could probably just cut this one entirely. But we want to stay at a relatively decent summon level. Um, do we want to put lightning because this is slowly becoming like a water lightning monsters list. I don't want to totally do that, but the character lightning, right? We have a million Odins in here, so we were to put, yeah, come on, there she is. So we put her in 14 forwards, kind of a lot, but you know, yeah, we're still at 54 cards with that. um, well, Echidna also only you can only discard a summon. Oh, Kyle, I forgot to do the quote marks because that'll get me a lot better results here for that. But laziness, quotation marks cost me something. Cost me a moment in time. Um, but yeah, let me look at Vegnagun real quick. Vegnagun. I gotta remind myself here. New card. So yeah, so you can discard one dark card, activate it, draw a card, remove 2 Vegnagun in the break zone. Yeah, that's the hard part. But the middle clause is neat. Definitely. Um, I don't know about that one. I feel like that card is better suited for a different deck. This ain't it, cheap. Um, 8 monsters, Witch of the Fens, which isn't like, which isn't the the linchpin. It's just nice to have. Honestly, you might even be able to put it at 2. Man in Black is kind of obviously something you want to use a lot to keep control of the of things. Reagan. Been a minute since I looked at Reagan. Why he not showing up? Is it Reagan? Not Reagan. Reagan. Holy crap! It is with an E. Wow. Yeah, that's an option. It's also an option. Downside is he's a dark card, and you can't have more than one dark card on the field at a time unless I use Spiritus. And that sucks. Because dark rule. So that would cause a whole bunch of other problems. And yeah, that makes it tough as well. Because rules. He's a legend? He's a hero. He was Opus 10. Wow. Does not feel like Opus 10. That's the thing though. Ned is well, Ned is what I know Ned is what Conrad wants to use. Um and B I mean the slightly higher discount is nice. Yeah, Arc costs 1 more with Reagan on field, but like Ned is always removing stuff. It's just a passive kind of trigger. Whereas Reagan is an ability you can use once, and then cool. Plus, he can get Amid on the Ned punishes stuff as well. Reagan, he gets Amid on ETB and then never does anything else. So I just feel like Reagan isn't worth it in that regard. It's cheeky, it's cute, but I don't think that's what's gonna make the deck better. So
All right, I'm back.
hey, I'm looking at the next
I
deck.
fell in.
I was just trying to kill some dead air.
Huh.
Um,
Yeah.
looking at New York. Um,
New York.
New York. So it's Conrad's.
New York.
It's Chark, but with Ned instead of
Ooh,
Chaos.
interesting.
Yeah, I made some tweaks
See,
already.
see, this is similar to like what I was talking about when it comes to Siren, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to have like nothing. You need to have 3 forwards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering. Let's go. Let's start messing with this. Okay. Probably. Did you cut the other 5-drop Odin? The newer
Oh
5
yeah,
drop
I
Odin?
did.
Okay, yeah.
The RFG one,
Um,
yeah.
yeah. I'm wondering if you. Interesting. Wondering if you run lightning in here. You're increasing your forwards.
I put lightning in, but I might put it down to 1 or 2. I might put it at 2.
Because the issue is you need to RFG lightnings, right? Like,
Right.
you need to. Because my only concern, and this is something that we talked to E-Man about at Winter Cup, um, is if you run out of forwards in this deck, you just lose.
Mm-hmm.
So my mind immediately goes to like, oh well, monsters, and I think like Echidna is a good example of that. Like, you just want to be able to poke with monsters and pray that they just like can't deal with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also, I don't think Marlboro probably isn't for this.
No, Marlboro guarantees some kills here and there. Like you take if you put Witch in. I put Witch at 2.
Ye- I'm not sure. Which uh, uh, I think which two works. Hmm. Wait, Leonara, search for one category 4 forward.
It's Man in Black.
Okay. Oh yeah, it is. Go to your hand choose category. Huh. That's handy. Um. hmm. Let me look at some monsters because I feel like there's at least.
I also think Aqua Tarasu should be in here.
Yeah, air and water.
Yeah, like you might as well.
What should you cut for it?
That's the
Probably,
problem.
probably one of the 5-drop Odins, maybe one of the 7-drop Odins. The big thing about 7-drop Odin is it's just so. But you're reducing your EX. I feel like EXs are another big aspect of this deck.
Yeah, bursts help a lot to keep your opponent in check while you're
Mm.
building.
Lightning and water.
Like you have lev 6 for that though. To
Mhm.
like eh.
Yeah. Trying to find a good monster that becomes forward because you want something just like to kind of annoy the opponent, you know.
Moth Slasher, Tonberry, Echidna, and Marlboro are the monsters I have.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if it's worth it to run Tros.
Trost is an option. I thought about that for a sec, but
More card draw. You activate it at whim. Hell, even like Octomammoth. Well, no, never mind. Mm-mm. Actually, Moth Slasher might be the play. You're right.
it replenishes itself, so Witch just keeps going. If it dies in combat, it just keeps going.
Oh, Tonberry or Tonberries. Or no,
No,
Tonberry. Yeah,
Tonberry,
Tonberry.
Opus 19.
Yeah, I think that's probably worth running because I don't want to call it a second Echidna, but it is kind of a second Echidna.
It's a different kind of Echidna, yeah.
Yeah, and it also helps clear your hands of extra Neds.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing is I cut Ned down to 2, and I kind of don't want to do that.
I think it's fine at 3. Like, oh, because I'm still searching monsters. There we go. Leviathan. Click, click. Um,
Though I do think Kyle has a
mm,
potential point here of being you either choose Witch or Lightning, and you don't have both.
yeah. I mean, honestly, you could, if you're really dedicated, you could actually just run the Siren. Also, I'd probably cut Thornton down to 1, Larsa up to 3.
I have Thornton at 2 because of the burst.
Ooh, yeah. 2 and 2 between Larsa and Thornton. Also, probably got one of the LB cards for Little Leela, just so you have it in. Wait a second. Huh. Huh. Maybe. I'm wondering if it's worth it to run Cagnazzo and Golbez in LB. Maybe like 2-1.
Which Cag?
Most recent.
Hmm.
More removal. You can get it at instant speed. It gives you another target thing for arc. But at the same time, if if Golbez hangs around on the field, you can't play Ned.
Yeah, exactly. You want to have Ned out so you can just keep them down.
But at the same time, arc. are costing 4 is still worth, you know? Like that's the I'm also glad that it didn't fall into the easy pitfall of like, oh, I'm gonna run Spiritus, you know?
Mhm. So that's the thing though. Spiritus is not the worst. I just think there's no room for it in this deck.
Yeah, it's just but it feels like the easy like, oh well yeah, I'll just throw in Spiritus, but I don't think I think the card's a little bit more narrow than people give it credit for. And the
Hmm.
fact that it can't tap for a color. Oh wait, can that one tap for a color? I could have swore I think I was wrong about this before. One sec. 4 drop. Okay, all right, cool. I'm super smart and cool. Da-da-da. Yeah. So it doesn't tap for any color, which in a deck with Caholins and stuff like that, you'd prefer to tap
Yeah,
for a
you want
color.
to have it.
What was the card that I was wrong about? I remember there was one card that produced Spawn of any color.
You sure? Like a dark card?
It was either a dark card or a light card. Was there? I just remember being very wrong about it. I remember just being like, it doesn't do that, and then finding out immediately it did. Am I dumb? Hmm. Anyway, anyway, did I? Weird. Anyway, I keep distracting myself, but otherwise, I think this list is pretty solid. 3 Lena, 3 Waka can maybe be swapped out with a different Express Water backup, but I think Waka is the best choice. EX. Hmm. Yeah, Walk is the best choice. Definitely, definitely. Yeah, because now I'm like looking through them. Yeah, no, it's the best choice. Let's see. Yeah, no, this is actually just like kind of a solid list. Like I don't have too much to tweak. You could like maybe run Cagnazzo Golbez,
I don't
but I
think
don't think it's
so.
super needed. Like that's the thing is it's I think there's things you can do with this deck, but I don't think there's anything you need to do with this deck. I imagine that the only issue with this deck is just not drawing forwards for a couple turns, because then you're
Hmm.
just gonna like at that point you have to play Leonara or you have to play like Titus or something just to get things moving. Hmm. Because even just running some test hands with it, it's pretty consistent. I'm getting good starting hands. Like discard Reeve, Odin, play Reeve. Um, yeah, add Echidna. Those back. Shuffle. Then discard the Echidna for Lena. That lets me next turn play the Siren. Then let's flip off of the Siren, assuming they want to kill it. Oh, Ned. That sucks. But then after that, it's like Tonberry and Larsa. Like, your Siren's gonna hit most of the time.
Pretty
Hmm.
much.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't have many notes, honestly. I'll do my little write up.
Sounds good. Cool. So here, let me. I'll show off your version here.
Oh, let me save it really quick.
Yep.
And save. All right.
Okay. So here's Ty's version for those who want to see. He made it much more slimmed down than mine. But even then, I only have one more forward than you do.
Take the discard from.
You have less monsters though, but you're not also leaning into Witch.
Yeah, that's the
So.
big thing. Is like I feel like if you play Witch, you're gonna have to lean into monsters more, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
But cutting back the summons gives you less stuff off of Man in Black. Gives you
Yeah.
less stuff off of Seymour. I do think it's a route. Like I would probably cut the. You could probably cut 3 of the 7-drop Odins,
Mm-hmm.
and then just run. Well, that's the thing is, even then, if you're running like 9 monsters, I think I would still prefer to be like over 10 monsters in Witch. And at that point, I feel like you're cutting so many of your EXs, it's not super worth it.
Yep. No, I hear you.
What are people saying in chat? Ooh, Vegnagun. Vegnagun would be funny.
Ooh, more thunder outside. All right. Well, I'm ready to move on to the next deck if you are.
Yeah, let me finish up this mini write up.
Okay.
Ratio's too much if um, because all right, and save. Save. I just get gooned. Oh fuck.
You good?
Yeah, did you oh my god. Do you see what oh my god. Warren pulled a signed Weiss card.
Oh, like at Mike's?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Wow. Wonder what that's going for these days.
A lot. Actually, one sec. It's not yeah, that's not the Japanese one too. It's English. I didn't know Mike got them in.
Hmm.
Damn it, why did we have Picks It Friday today?
Right?
Uh well, Nor by yourself is just $8.
Wow.
Oh. Oh, Mike pulled it.
Oh, sick.
Oh my god.
Well, that's like 650 bucks. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job, Warren or Mike or yeah, Mike.
Mike, yeah.
Hot. Good stuff.
Wow.
Good stuff.
How much are the other sign cards going for? One sec. Let's go price high to low. Oh, Modernia. Of course Modernia is 800. Red Hood's 400. New World Modernia is 1,000. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. Ooh. Huh. All right, so what's our next deck?
Next deck is XYZ Dragon Cannon.
That sounds familiar.
Exceeds, because it's Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
Yeah. Wait, who posted that one?
Oh, it was Kyle.
Oh. Actually, XYZ Dragon Cannon is specifically a Union monster. Interesting. Oh no, we're back on Shikari. Okay. There's no Levi there's no Rama Lord of Levin in here. So I'm already a little happy. Um
That's a reference for the locals.
so this seems to be like a very haste oriented deck with some hmm,
There's a lot going on here.
yeah. I'm sorry, said Preview just to play I don't said Preview just for haste. I just feel reveal top four added one character for cost two or less.
So the idea for this one, I can tell, is to storm off until you can get the Shikaris on field, slam hasty stuff, and then go.
On its surface, it feels like a hyper aggro deck, but it's running too many backups to be a hyper aggro deck.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like you storm off,
Yeah.
and then you go in with the hasties.
Yeah.
But what I would say is probably a little better might honestly, if you're gonna storm off, you might just play Illua. Like go for the special, give everybody
Maybe.
haste, and go.
Yeah, but you already have so much stuff that has haste in this list.
I mean, yeah, you have Cindy, you have Sid Previa giving something, you have Roche, you have
There's
well,
a
you need to
Shikari, or
give one
Shikari
to
X gives
Shikari's
them
haste, I
haste.
think. Right? Or
It
no?
gives the rest of them haste. Yeah, X gives Y
Oh
and
yeah,
Z
X is the one that needs
haste.
haste, yeah.
Yeah. Queen does not have haste though. But there's something missing here. Do you feel that? Like, I feel like there's something missing.
There's definitely something missing. There's no summons, which is a feel bad.
Yeah. I don't think you care too much about it in this list, especially if it's a forward. Like, this is a list that I wish could run like Stern Leonis, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know about mid and Sid.
Warpistinian, maybe?
Maybe. I'm just having trouble like imagining what you do in this deck. Because okay, so I'm testing out. So without making changes to the list, right? Going into the test play, and turn one I played 7 onto the field. Then draw 2. Discard Queen, I think. Get Shikari Z. Then discard Roche. Then it's reveal top 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I get Shikari Z into hand. Bottom. Play Shikari Z. Draw a card. But then nothing is haste, but I'm swinging with a lot of stuff next turn. There's a lot here.
Yeah.
There's like, I'm just not sure. This is weird. All right, let's see what happens if I try to keep it low to the ground, right? So let's just look up every lightning and wind card that has come out recently. Because I get the point of running Queen, because you're just running it so you're getting 2 activations, which lets you just like tap stuff. Like it's kind of like a go wide strategy.
Yeah.
But the main thing I'm not entirely sure about is well, it's also a party attacking synergy, right? Because obviously you
Yeah.
want to XYZ to get the super effect. Yeah, deal the opponent 3. Actually,
All right, I'm gonna save my deck here just in case. I heard thunder pretty close to my house, so if the
Okay.
stream goes dead, that means my internet or my power went out. Just so everyone's aware, it's already raining pretty hard at my house.
Hmm.
I almost want to say put Aphmau at 1, put Reeve in as a burst,
Let me
or take
read
out the
off
red
now.
mage and you put Reeve in.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think the red mage needs to be there. The red mage is mainly there to give Shikari X haste. Because I think the ultimate point of this deck is that you get sustained you get sustained value with like Noctis by playing
Yeah.
Noctis and Roche and then party attacking, right? And like multiple party attacks. Mid Previa also kind of preys on that where um, you know, you're playing mid and then you're doing a bunch of cool stuff, and then Golbez is for consistency's sake to make sure that you get X into Y into Z. Like I get it. I think I see the picture now, but I also think you, especially with so much haste, you probably want to run. Do you want to run 8?
I don't think so. Just because you don't like the cadets aren't the core of the deck. They're
Mm,
helpful, but they're not like the cornerstone. They're not what the deck is built on.
yeah.
Honestly though, each there's 2 Reeves that could work here. You could put in the 3-drop Reeve that recurs and then reactivate it with Ivray
Mm,
or Tomos, and then you could play the 4-drop burst Reeve if you want, which is also
mm,
nice.
mm. Yeah, definitely got the red mage. I grand cutting Aphma too.
I almost say cut the black chocobo.
I cut the black chocobo.
Yeah, it's too easy to kill, I think.
It's too easy to kill, and the other thing is it's kind of a pie in the sky card where it's just like, oh yeah, it's really great if I have all the Shikaris out, or if I
Yeah.
like. I think the way that he's looking at it is like, oh well, it pairs well with Queen, and it pairs well with the Shikaris if they have to attack alone.
Mhm.
But and it pairs well with Noctis, make sure that Noctis doesn't get blocked. But I don't think you super care about that. Like,
Yeah.
hmm. I'm almost wondering if you run like Sid Garland. You just have the opponent attack you with everything, and then you just eat it all, and then you just like party attack. Hmm.
Debating a one of Asura as well for reactivation or grabbing a 2-drop.
Yeah, like that's the thing is it has kind of dual roles with this deck. Specifically, actually, yeah, Asur is definitely worth a grab because getting back a Shikari that's already gone
Mhm.
is handy. You're already running 9, right? Yeah, you're running Sync. Well, your only forward cadet is Queen, so it's not super important to get the backups. It was more or less what you were saying earlier. Uh,
Oh, hey, we got a couple extra submissions in the Discord like 5 minutes ago.
like, oh, yeah. Yeah, let's come back around to one of those. I definitely want to get who posted King Old Boy, one of King Old Boy's in.
Mhm.
Oh my fucking. Oh god. Some of these deck names. Oh, it's a Wall 7 list too. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, back to Kyle's list. because you suggested Reeve, right?
Yeah, and it's honestly you could do two different. You could do Opus 20 or Opus 16.
Mhm. Also wondering if it's worth it to run Alisei.
Oh, for
Because
recursion.
yeah, because let's say that you pitch Shikari X like early, like
Mm-hmm.
you didn't see Y and Z, and then you have Alisei. You Alisei target Shikari X, and then you get them all together. Like ultimately, the point of this deck is to put Shikari X, Y, and Z like onto the field at once. Give X haste, and then swing, deal 3 damage, and then deal the fourth on the swing.
Well, so Ali
But
say searches your deck. I think what you'd rather have
oh,
is the
uh, Drace, you run Drace.
Avjong, maybe? Oh, Drace? Yeah.
Drace just searches whatever you want. You don't even need like the Offmaw.
Yeah,
Like that's
forget
the thing is Offmaw.
Aphmau.
You're hoping to at that point just hit Drace. Just play Drace.
Yeah.
Lets you grab Noctis. Lets you grab Roche. Like lets you grab like literally everything in this deck. Like Chime is nice, but I'm also still not sure about Mid and Sid. I'm not sure. Like Noctis is kind of the kingpin of that, where you're swinging with Noctis and doing a bunch of shenanigans, but
Oh, yeah, no, you're good to submit deck lists. Yeah, throw them in the Discord. You're
yeah.
definitely welcome to submit lists. I think I saw a couple more just got added.
Hmm.
Um, so I opened those up here. Um, but no promises we'll get to them tonight. That being said, if we have a lot in the backlog, we could always do another stream in the future soon.
Yeah.
I don't hate that idea.
Yeah. Or hell, even feel free to like if you feel like it's I guess not so much more important, you can also throw it into deck building advice. Like
Yeah. Or
I
deck
stalk
tech
there every
discussion,
day or so.
depending, either or.
Yeah. Yeah, deck tech discussion or deck building advice.
That's why we have those channels.
Yep. But it is already 10:40. And I'm willing to stay up for a little bit to do this, but
Well, like I said at the beginning of
I,
the stream, I have no like all of my important stuff got canceled for tomorrow, with the exception of taking our second cat to the vet for some blood work, pre-neutering. So
mm,
other than that, I'm free. I can stay up as
yeah.
late as I want. I'll be here till 3 a.m. I don't care.
Actually, you know what Reeve is it? Or I put 4-drop Reeve in. I'm still not entirely sure about it, but it feels like the other Reeve is really good too, you know. Because the idea of bringing back one of the things seems really good, right?
Well, it's
Like, oh, you're missing Shikari X. Like, here's your Shikari X. You know?
Mhm. Well, and the key thing about Reeve is he doesn't reactivate as long as that card's on the field, but then you just Eve-Ray or Atomos it.
Yeah, yeah. Like you just Atomus it. But at the same time, I want to run the other Reef because it's an EX. You know, like
It's a really tough call.
this deck is running like no EX. Wait, 3-drop Sid searches for an engineer forward, so grabs Sid or mid. Hmm. I'm also still not completely sold on the Sid and mid.
No,
That's the other
I've
one that
seen
I've
it.
been like,
I've seen what Kyle does with that, and it works. It does some stuff.
yeah.
It's
Because
not the
mind you, the
world's
last time I
best,
saw
but
that was like,
I think it's
last
worth
time I saw
putting
that was
mid
like
at
Opus
2.
12 meta.
Yeah, no, I think it's worth putting mid at 2.
Yeah, like if you have another target, maybe. Like I know that. Oh yeah, because I was gonna say like, oh maybe Black Chocobo was that, but that's not true. It's Sid.
Mhm.
Yeah, might be worth putting them at 2. Maybe put Noctis at 2. Or
Mid
some
Sid
put
Ball
the
and Dina
list
can
at
become a
3.
stilt skin. Let me see what that one. Let me double check the wording on that one.
Yeah, Stiltskin searches. Sid. And
Yeah, he searches a one
Evray if you
drop.
run it.
Then you can't search Cindy anymore.
Oh, Cindy's also an engineer. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Sid
Yeah.
Polendina is better for that specific use case.
Yeah.
You search mid, Sid, or Cindy, whichever you want, as opposed to being forced into Stiltskin only getting you Sid.
Mm. You know what? I'm gonna say screw it. I'm gonna throw an 8. He's another haster. Um, he gets you value, and like that's the thing is running like 7 and stuff. Like I don't know. I think if you're running so many um class 0 backups, like you need to have at least more than one class
Mm-hmm.
0 forward. And also the fact that he's a 3 drop 7k haste that gives you value.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put him at 2 right now, which will round me out to 50 cards. But I also want to see what other class 0 cadets we have. So I think it was Eureka put out a really interesting cadets list recently. I think it's Fire Lightning.
Yeah, I heard about that. Kyle,
Like
to
Fire
answer your
Lightning
question
control.
about Chime, I think Chime is fine. I mean, your two costs, it's 33 cards in the deck. That's 3/5, 60, like 61, 60, so somewhere between 61 and 65% mathematically. Like that's pretty damn good. That your odds of hitting that are solid.
Mhm.
Because Chime is character, yeah? Yeah, character. So
Yeah.
like, okay, Ramu, take two out for Ramu, but like fine. You're still good. Still at 31 cards you're likely to hit. Even another
Yeah.
Chime. Or 30 cards, I guess, but whatever. Still 60% of the deck. It's a lot. I think I'm cool to call mine ready to go.
I think I'm right there with you. I let
Well,
me.
no, Kyle. Well, yeah,
Huh?
no. Look, Kyle. I'm hovering over the little graph here. In my version, 33 cards in the deck cost 2. So take out 3 of those for Chime, 30 cards. You're still hitting 32 drops.
Yeah.
2 or less. So you have, yeah, so you still have, okay, so that's even better. So you still have, yeah, so you still have more even. So yeah, you're going nuts with Chime. Chime is value. Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, you weren't looking at my graph, you're looking at probably your original, but yeah. So, Ty, do you want to show off yours?
Yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
One ties? Ties. Okay, cool. Oh, you added to the name. Okay. All right, so here's ties and mine. You added 8,
Yeah.
and you put Noctis at 2.
Yeah. The big thing about Noctis is like he dies easy, but especially if you're going for party attacks like this is, especially
Mm-hmm.
if you want to keep mid Privia in, like the Noctis is important.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even just like kind of having a turn 1 Noctis and then play um I don't know, just something with haste, like Cindy, for example. Like that's already giving you some value where you party attack. Like he gives you more value off of the shikaries. I'm not entirely sure how often you're going to be party attacking in here outside of the shikaries, but I don't want to not assume that it's a possibility, especially if you're running mid prevy in the deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's Ty's version. Personally, I'm not a fan of the 8 being in there, only because the deck doesn't. The haste is there as a finisher, not as like a not like as an aggro goal.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to storm off and then
Mm.
slam all your stuff, go face at
Yeah.
once.
Though it's
Um,
also for party attacking. Um, Obviously because 8 is in lightning. Let's say I have mid previous Sid. mid and Sid in break zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I have mid and field, Sid in break zone. I mid into Sid. Sid gives mid haste, play 8, party attack, and then we automatically have it. So we're killing something. We're dealing 8k to an active, and then on top of that, if it goes through, 8 gets me back 7, 9 or deuce. Like you're running enough. You're running enough cadets
Yeah, you
that
have
I
targets. I'm
think
not.
you
Yeah,
have.
no, the targets
Yeah.
make sense. It's just like I don't know. It feels like it's a high ceiling but low floor.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Like the gap in value is too wide.
Mm.
But anyway, we can that can be debated forever.
Mhm.
The deck needs some practice, but move on to the next deck we have here, which this one is which one? Who submitted this one? Uh-oh, Ryan put a deck in here too. Oh boy. Okay, so hold on. Let me see here. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this I think is a Warren. The Warren deck? I think this is a Warren deck. Yeah, so this is a Warren deck. We can come back to that one. This one, man, I load all these at once. I don't remember who the hell submitted what. I think this one was this. Nope, this one. Whoop. Yes. Okay, so this one was Black Mage Bro in the
Mm.
Discord,
Yeah.
and we're looking at a multicolor 13 deck, and we're looking at a lot of stuff that we saw when we looked at that like Storm 13 deck, like that bursty hope shenanigans deck.
Mhm. Hmm.
And this one seems like it's got a few more rougher pieces around the edge, rougher sections.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, definitely. First thing that stands out to me is it probably shouldn't be running old Dodge. It should probably be running the newer one.
correct. Yeah, the one that you
Because
can cycle with.
yeah, because that Saz is just um, not really worth protecting.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, if anything, you kind of wanted to die so you could search another card.
yeah. Another thing I'll mention is that Sarah being in back row and front row, you have a name conflict there. That's always a
Yeah,
worry.
and
Um,
also, the Sarah probably isn't great either.
I see why the
Unless you're
forward is
for
there. It's so you can search the Moogle backup, or well,
yeah,
multiple Moogle backups actually. You can reveal them. Um, oh, no, you
you have
search for it.
two.
You search for it. But I feel like it just doesn't feel like it's gonna be like once that Sarah's on field, you're not gonna be able to play the backup until it dies. I also
Yeah,
think that Sarah protecting Snow isn't that big a deal. Because
mhm,
he only has ETBs.
yeah.
So, and that's if you control lightning, he's got the same effect anyway, basically.
Mm.
So I feel like Sarah, if you're gonna run a Sarah, should be one of the newer ones.
Yeah, also there's
Like a
just
backup, you could do Opus 23 Sarah, where ETB opponent discards or you dull and freeze something. Because if you
mm,
control a commando, which you have a commando? No, we don't have a commando in the front line. Definitely don't have
it would
one
have
in the
been
back
Sarah.
line.
Sarah's a commando.
Well, right, but Sarah would be looking for a Sarah commando.
Oh
So
yeah.
if she can't name conflict once again.
Mm.
So yeah, I would say ignore
Yeah.
like if we just ditch that Sarah, because like you're not
Yeah.
desperate for backups in this deck.
Mm. There's also just too many name conflicts in this deck. He's running backup lightning and forward lightning, and on top of
Right.
that, he's only running one of the earth lightnings. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah, this one's tough.
But
The,
also,
the,
the
the
lens just kind of there.
yeah, like if you're in chat, the question I have, hey Conrad, what's up? The question we already touched your deck, by the way, Conrad. So that one's in the history here in the VOD. The question I have for this player, if you're in chat, is like, what's the goal of the deck? My guess is that you're trying to play a little bit of mid range, like get things on the field with hope, and kind of combo that out repeatedly, right?
Mm,
Um, but there's a lot of like conflicting strategies that I see on the field, and it's hard to tell what like which one is the primary one, I guess.
mm. Yeah, because there's some ideas here that I can see. Like for example, like Sarah and the 4-drop Snow. Snow gets or can't be targeted by anything as long as Sarah's on the field. And then he also has ETB Dylan for his three things, but he's not really worth keeping on the field
Mm-hmm.
outside of the fact that he is hexproof.
Yeah.
Like he's a hexproof 4-drop 8K. Like all right, and then you could argue like, oh well, you have you have lightning. Like lightning, you're putting more things out. Like you're figuring stuff out, but I don't know. This deck just kind of seems all over the place.
Yeah, and like, so to take a break from the main deck for a second, um, like the LB is also very confusing, because there's a lot of
Yeah,
stuff that's just like it not applicable. Like Luna
yeah.
Freya
Warrior of
is
Light.
Luna Freya is kind of like she's there. Like, yeah, you use Tyro, Shantotto, and the Moogle FFCC to play it, but the bursts you're looking for are like 13. Anything in 13 benefits off of playing 13 stuff to combo off of.
Yeah.
So Luna Freya kind of is an expensive counterintuitive play there. Um, and Edge gives all your ninja and lightning forwards that effect, but you have no lightning forwards, and I don't think any ninjas either.
Mm,
Yeah, zero ninjas. So Edge makes no sense. Tenzin, there's no samurai, so we need to cut that. The forward snow LB is
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Mod's fine.
Mod is
Warrior of Light.
fine. Warrior of
I don't
Light,
think
there's
you
no
could even play
standard
Warrior of
units.
Light. Yeah.
Yeah, so the limit break would definitely need to be tweaked quite a bit. Um,
I mean,
and
yeah. I mean, hell, even Edge doesn't have any targets.
that's what I'm saying. Edge and Tenzin don't literally have nothing to play.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The other thing is the deck needs to focus in on two colors.
well, I
Because you're
wouldn't
running.
necessarily say that because Hope can play anything, but I think that if we're gonna go with the Rainbow 13 route, there definitely needs to be a condensing of your strategy, like which, like pick a lane, I guess, is a kind of a ruder way
Euphemism.
to say it, like a
Yeah.
not so
Yeah.
polite
Because
way.
I mean, because that's the thing is I see the vision through Hope, right? I think Hope's a really good card and you can play everything in this deck, but you don't really have a way to play Hope. Like you have Nora, or like obviously Nora searches, but the thing is you're running so few win cards to this deck. You basically just have to hope that you open Tyro, and then you Tyro for Hope, then you hope, or yeah, and then you play Hope. You hope he doesn't get interacted with, basically, and then you do your stuff.
Well,
But the
so
thing
that's
is
why I'm
that
looking for the ice lightning backup, the light or the character lightning
mm,
backup that gives haste to a 13 character.
mm.
Why am I not just
Oh
sorting
yeah,
by ice?
because like because I'm running test hands basically on an almost unedited list. I took out
Hmm.
the Sarah, um, and I'm trying to just find a way to open saws, and it's just not coming. Like for example, the hand that I just got. Oh, also another card that probably shouldn't be near is Hashmal.
Oh, Hashmal definitely
Another
needs to go.
yeah, another. So I got Hope, Saws, Mog 13 2, Mist Dragon, and Hashmal. The only card in this hand that I could play is Hashmal or Mist Dragon. And then let's draw one card. I get Sarah. So I pitched Mog for Sarah, Break Zone, and then I don't have a play. And then next turn, draw two. I drew into Fang. So I can Fang pitch. I also drew Terra. Discard the Terra. Fetch. Oh, play Saz. Saz search dodge. Pitch dodge for. Or pitch Fang for dodge. Discard the Hoshmal. Draw a card. And I get another Misty. Like, that's the thing is. There's just no. The deck doesn't have much internal logic. Like I see the lines, right? Like because you're running Amadar to be able to search the lightning backup. You're running Google Moogle FCC that you could search off of the forward
Mm-hmm.
Sarah for color fixing, but you're also running Tyros for that, and you're also kind of running Shantotto for that. Um, like that's the issue. Well, Hashmal is an easy cut.
Yeah, so I'm reconfiguring a lot of things right here.
Like
Um,
at this point, I kind of just want to tell them like, hey, you should just look into the aggro list, or, uh, yeah, I don't know. I just don't see how this deck can work.
so I'm tweaking some things. Give me a moment here. I see options because this deck exists. There are other decks that have been built like this.
Mhm.
Um, it's just that they're kind of rough. Um, so one moment. I am processing. Process.
Hmm. Then break zone,
Where is it? Ah,
break zone, break zone, play, break zone deck. You see my script, Sarah. So I had to pitch two. I think it's gonna be another backup. Like I don't know. There's just like I said, this deck's just a little too all over the place.
mm-hmm.
Then shuffle, activate, draw two. I don't know. I don't want like obviously I don't want to say this deck is too far gone, but it needs more vision. It needs like a core. I think I feel like I only have the option but to leave it to you because I feel like if I edit this deck, I'm going to tear it apart. It's going to be something completely different.
I've done a lot of work on it already. Um,
Yeah, like I will take out 90% of
yeah,
this deck.
so oh, hold on, we have comments in chat. I completely missed those. Hold on. So it's 3 a.m.
Oh,
I'm cooking Bill with the thought of the deck being to keep Snow and Saz alive long enough through Dodge and Sarah, that Hashmal plays tens in her wall.
uh-huh.
Okay. Um,
So we put Hushmal.
yeah, I see where you're going with it. If a third unit
Uh,
sticks, Hashmal can be his job wall.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for taking so long to read the messages. We were too
Yeah, the
still trying to
downside
figure
though
this
is that
out.
Hashmal only works for one turn. So you'd
Yeah,
have to recast it to get the value off of it. And there's a lot of moving pieces that rely all on each other. And it seems very fragile.
yeah.
Um,
Not to sound mean, but that strategy works very well if the opponent doesn't interact with you for like 6 turns.
which I mean,
Like
there are
it's
times where the opponent will be in that scenario, but
yeah.
I think
The
that there's better ways to utilize like all these combo pieces here, especially if you can condense the colors down to a few of them. It's 13 outside of aggro. 13 is really wonky. Like 13 kind of got shoehorned into aggro back in Opus 19, and everything we've gotten for 13 since has kind of just it's just not quite been enough.
yeah.
Believe me, I've tried a lot of it. I've done a lot of work with it. I've poked around with it. But I've talked to um E-Man, Emmanuel Padilla, who is an insanely good player at this game. Um, and he gave me a wind fire list that he cooked up while high. He's like, I was stoned at like 1 a.m. I put this together, thought it was the best shit I could come up with. And then he forgot to send it to me until I poked him about it later. He sent it to me, and I saw a lot of potential in it. And it uses very few of the cards that are in here. That being said, if you can find like it's there's a lot to play with in 13. It's just finding a way to make it all cohesive.
Hmm.
Um, and so so like the options here exist. So we could do like you could do anything from Hope because Hope will play anything regardless of color. That's awesome. That's sick. How do we capitalize on it? Because Hope seems to be a card that like if you have it in the deck, you're gonna want to rely on it, even if you shouldn't. So um, it's yeah, like that's the thing is that relying on protection isn't something that you can do these days, only because of how many cards exist to wipe the board. Shantotto, backup Shantotto, limit break Shantotto. You have the demon, you have Shadow Lord, which breaks jobs, which if you have Hashmal, that's scary as hell. Granted, not a lot of people are playing that these days. You have the board wipe Shinryu. You have the other Shinryu that doesn't quite board wipe, but it does a lot of like dangerous effects, which not a lot of people are playing. Yeah, you'll survive against like knights and mono water and a few other things, but generally speaking, well, not like we also just got a Dremelec, so like a lot of things keep getting more and more vulnerable, to like job synergies, and like a lot of things that protect one character don't really matter as much. There are obviously exceptions with some of the like the really good cards, but a lot of the best cards in the game protect themselves without relying on anything else to do it for them. I.e., like if you need protection, you have like Illua the Fiend, or what's a third? Ty, give me a third card that protects itself. I'm blanking here.
Um, Eloa, the
Siren, I
Fiend,
guess.
Siren. Yeah,
Siren,
Siren is another
kinda.
target for that.
Um,
Um,
but like you get the idea. Is stuff like that
yeah,
kinda
and that's
is
not just to say like, oh well, it's bad because it dies to removal, but there needs to be some level of resilience to this, and like
exactly.
outside of because that was something I said earlier is like at the end, if you get the Sarah setup, let's say you have the Dodge setup as well.
Yeah,
So if you have the Sarah setup with Dodge, you have Saz and Snow, who they're more or less just a 5 drop and an 8 or a 5K and an 8K hexproof. And mind you, that's good, but that's a lot of work that you're putting into to make two things hexproof when you could just play Warrior of Light. You know, like mind you, I'm not saying like, oh, every pet deck's bad because you could just, run Warrior of Light, but um there's a level of effort you have to put into making a good card. Um and that's just not it.
so well it's okay,
uh
so I'm seeing your comments in chat. Let me rephrase. Self-sufficient resilience is a better way to put it. Because like yes, protection is a form of resilience, but at the end of the day, everything is vulnerable to removal. So like, well, let's take that part out of the equation. What I'm specifically focusing on is stuff that protects itself. Stuff that doesn't rely on like, oh, like with the snow, you need to have a lightning to be protected. With Saz, you need that dodge to be protected. And if you don't have one piece of the combo, then like you're just looking at a vanilla forward. Um, and the opponent can just kind of say, I deal with this. Um, and then like it doesn't really pay off. So Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm trying to say is that like they need to protect themselves in order to be kind of worth it. Oh, Yuzuki is another good one. But they do go and find their protections. Yes.
Yeah, but
Um,
it's a whole other card that you have to play.
exactly.
A
If
whole
you
other
like
card
if
that you
you
have to
run out of
not
mana,
have. Yeah, that's a whole other card that you need to not like draw into. Like there's the thing is there's so many moving parts for it. When I could play Tyvis into Yuzuki, like it's I don't know. Like
yeah, part of the reason that the 13 combo in aggro works really well, yes, you have a lot of moving pieces, but you assemble Voltron really fast to go and slam your opponent in the face before they can do anything about it. Like their removal is almost irrelevant because you're killing them so fast. With a deck that's mid-range like this, your opponent has a chance to establish as well, and then they have a chance to respond to your stuff. So it's yeah, like I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase it.
uh is the card that I need to play is also a backup, which is goaded in this game though. Uh Backups searching backups is good. Forward searching backups isn't as good, at least as it used to be. Forward searching backups used to be like really, really good, and it's still not exactly bad, but it's still you have to understand how much you're putting in to do that. So like
Right.
for example, like Saz Dodge is actually a nice one. You're paying 4 for a forward and a backup. Like that's a pretty decent rate. But the Snow into Sarah is a little bit rougher because you're paying 5 for that Snow to search a 2-drop backup, so you're paying 7 for a 5k forward and a 2-drop backup that gives Snow half hexproof. Because I think protects from summons, right? One sec, I don't have it in front of me. Um, Sorry, I was messing around with it and I took it out.
Yeah, good. Yeah, snow cannot be chosen by or by your opponent's abilities. Dodge
yeah,
protects Saws from summons and abilities.
yeah,
And yeah, that's cool. Don't get me wrong. Like that's fun. That's nice. It does, it's there isn't no value there. That's not what like I'm
yeah,
not saying there's no value. But what I am saying is that like there's a lot of things that are still vulnerable to those like there's still ways to get around that the opponent doesn't care about because for example if you have that Saz and dodge but no Fang, Saz is a 5k and that's no threat to the opponent unless they have a completely empty board. um like the Snow is kind of the same deal where he's protected but he's like a vanilla. He doesn't have any ongoing effects that make him worth protecting. He's just a body. And your opponent has a lot of ways that they can get around that. They have board wipes. They have, combat tricks with first strike or whatever. Um, stuff like that. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying is that there's just not as much value in protecting the regular stuff as there is just playing a bunch more stuff with its own value.
yeah.
So, yeah, it's hard. 13 is a really, really wonky category to play with.
Yeah.
Like just outright. It just is. And I love 13 as a category. Like I think I have a lot of fun with I enjoy the game. I know it's not the most amazing RPG. I still enjoyed it. Um,
It's definitely better than how much people ragged on it. I will give it that.
yeah,
I
for sure. It
I
has
need
like
to
it's
like
good.
have like a sit down with it again. But that I think someone at Winter Cup even said like he if in my opinion, this is a small tangent, but in my opinion, if you think Final Fantasy 13 is the worst Final Fantasy, you haven't played 2. Like 2 is really bad. 2 is really bad.
Okay, so if you want to see something that someone else cooked up, this is a deck that Kyle, one of our local players, found in a video by someone else, and then they put this together. And Kyle submitted it to us for one of our previous Fix It Fridays a couple months ago. And we tweaked this up, and this is kind of more in line with what I think you're trying to go for. Um, I still have like I'm still tweaking this version here. But like this is kind of what I think you have in mind without like completely building you into this.
Yeah.
That being said, there's a lot of DNA shared here. But this version is very much a non-aggro kind of a combo based pop-off deck that
Mhm.
builds itself up. There's a lot going on. If you can kind of do the other version of assembling Voltron, quote unquote, like you just keep flickering hope and doing hope things, and then suddenly you have 5, 6 forwards, and you can cast Warrior of Light, and now your opponent is sitting at a severe disadvantage. If you need the Shinryu, you got the board wipe because mid range is vulnerable to that. So if you have that against your opponent as well, then that's awesome. And then like if you really want to go nuts, you have Boonavels. Like just put down God. That's fine. Why not? Because you have all the colors and backups. So well, again, the problem with the Hashmal is that it's a one turn effect. So, like, if you're doing Hashmal, let's look at Tenzin, right? Tenzin costs 7. Hashmal costs 2, I think.
One.
It costs
So
1. Okay.
it's a total across 2 cards. It's an 8 mana combo, but it's assuming that you don't have the field already built. Like,
Exactly. So if you have the
yeah.
field built, then yeah, it's like you pay 8 for maybe for a finisher if you're really lucky. But at that rate, you are already winning. If you can just if you're going for lethal anyway, you can just do that. Like Edge is kind of an exception because yeah, Edge will get stuff out of the way. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It just feels awkward. And again, this is someone who's thought about this kind of stuff, tried it out in various packages in different ways. Like it just doesn't feel right, even on the mid range. But this is a tweaked. This here is a version that you'd probably, have more fun with if you're going for this kind of idea. Um, so give this a shot. And mind you, like if your opponent knows what you're doing with this deck, they're gonna shut you down as fast as possible. This is a catch them off guard deck. Most people will interact with the wrong things the first time. Then the second time around, they'll be like, okay, I'm gonna nuke everything here, just the right ways. Um, so yeah, like that's the idea there. Um, but I'm curious if you've played your version and how that has gone for you. Because I'd like to hear about that. If you have played the version you submitted before I made any tweaks to it. Just me waiting for the stream to catch up.
Yeah, waiting for that
That
delay.
awkward moment of the delay of being 30 to 40 seconds, depending on YouTube's ingest servers.
Yeah, because I do legitimately feel bad about just being like, just play a different version of this deck. But I had a chance to play just something I made this weekend. Yeah, it's
Okay. Yeah, theory crafting. I get where you're coming from with theory crafting. That one is always like, you know, it's always fun to like think of an idea. Um, and I never want to have, I never want to be that guy that looks at someone's deck that they theory crafted and go, well, it's trash. Don't even try to play it. Like I do say, you know what? Give it a shot. Because depending on your locals, depending on who you're playing against, depending on the decks you're playing against, you might have a great time with it. Um, but at least in terms of some decks, I would definitely say, hey, bringing this to a tournament might be something else. Like it's not just like have your expectations be real. Um, because I've had a lot of pet decks that I bring to locals and I have a great time, but I would never step foot in a tournament with those decks because I know that they're not going to hold up. But if
Yeah.
you feel like you're cooking, give it a shot, man. Like build that, play that, and then if that doesn't work for you or doesn't feel right, jump on this. Jump on this other version because like your stuff is your stuff. So don't let me don't let me rip that apart, even if I
Mm.
am like an FF13 enthusiast.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's my job.
Exactly. Good
It's my
cop,
job to
bad
be like,
cop.
please, for love of God, don't break this to locals. I don't know. It's definitely like I see seeing the description and seeing him comment makes this a lot better. Where it's like, okay, I see now. I kind of see it, but it's just so it's like a Yu-Gi-Oh combo.
Yeah.
Like
You need
if
to
you
assemble
had your
Exodia.
entire yeah, like if you had unlimited mana in your entire deck in your hand, like obviously that it would be a path to win, but it's just so much to do. There's so much to do.
All right, let's move on to the next one, which I believe is from the same player, if I'm Black Mage Bro. Um, Oops, wrong one. Hold on.
Is it
Baghdad?
back shots from Baghdad?
Baghdad. All right. Here we have a wall 7
See,
list.
this on the other hand, I like what's being cooked
Now we
here.
have some
I
goofy stuff. Let's
because
explore.
and I think this works like just outright. Like no cap, no joking. Like this works because you're running. So you have all the black waltzes which fall into the wall 7. You have VV to help kind of bring it all together. You have Pain. What's Brother searches Yuna? Okay, yeah, I can see that. Braun searches a standard unit,
The White
which
Mage.
yeah, the white mage. Whenever you discard one card, just draw a card.
Like, that's cheeky.
Uh,
That's
it's
cheeky.
cheeky, but I don't think it's good.
I don't like it at 3, but I think it's cheeky. Gilgamesh
I'll
FFBE has to be at 3.
yeah. Oh
That
yeah,
that is
Gil.
first and foremost. Like, that is the easiest change of my life.
But specifically when it comes to Braun, I think you're probably better off just running like Loppy. Though he's also not running Sarah FFL, which would
Nah, Braun,
probably be
it's
in
a
here as
burst.
well.
Braun's a burst.
But for
Uh,
a kind of mid forward is my issue. Like here, one second. Let me open this and edit. Um, because like I get it being a burst, but I think
T
like
just needs
I
to
just
go. You'll
rather
never get
run
that one
like
off.
elaborate.
Like, realistically, that one's not going to hit the board often. I think Leo can
Which
be a
one?
2. Any of your or your like LB1s
Oh
can
yeah,
be at
Titus definitely won't work.
2. Your math is pretty good
Um,
here though. I like the LB curve. Like, you're fine
Cloud's
there.
fine.
Um
Taurus fine. Surges is fine. You can probably bump Surges up to 2. Probably Leo up to 2 though.
Leo or Surge is up to 2. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards
Um
Leo. Alice. Oh, Alice, get back a Black Waltz. Yep, nope, that makes sense.
yeah,
Paladin is Paladin.
this one's
It,
got like this has legs. Like, this is a pretty not this is a not unreasonable wall 7 list. Is it like perfectly optimal? Hell no, but that's not the point. Nobody cares. Like,
mm,
this is very much a fun wall 7 deck.
yeah.
And shit, man, like I don't know, man. This is goofy. I like it. This is funny.
Well,
This is
still
funny. I'm here
checking.
for it. I honestly don't want to change a whole lot even.
Yeah, I'm kind of picking at it a little bit,
I
but
think
honestly, I don't
so.
have I don't have too much that I can like.
Princess Goblin can search if you play that as a one of wind card. You can search a Warrior of Light, which is nice.
But you also want the Yuna. Do you want the Yuna? You want the Yuna, but you're right. Princess Goblin might be the better one, and Princess Goblin. Well, do you want Princess Goblin or do you want Brother?
I mean, I have
Uh,
both.
is Princess Goblin an EX?
No,
Because I feel like you need Sarah FFL.
Yeah, the Riku playing a backup. Yeah, that's also fair.
Yeah, the Earth
That's
one.
the Earth. Yeah, that's Earth. No, it's actually like really funny. Like them being black mages. I mean, yeah, it's from the game. Like that's how FF2 or 10.2 was.
Yeah,
Which
but
I
you also
really need
have
to
that
play that one of these
synergy
days.
of you have the synergy of Yuta being able to play her for two of any color.
Yeah. Like it's actually kind of stupid
And also
in the
you
good
switch them
way.
off of Yuke and Red
Yeah.
Mage. Though I think but that's the thing is do you want to interrupt the search for a four color wall?
That's the difficult part, right?
Yeah.
Like the only downside right there is that it interrupts the wall search off the U. Um or the red mage, actually. You can red mage.
Yeah.
Um
I think it might be worth running one or two Riku. Because the thing is you also want that Warrior Blade in the break zone ASAP.
yeah.
I also think
It,
let's
the
see
special, the Warrior of Light serves two purposes though. It's Gilgamesh and the special.
Mhm. Also, you should probably run 1-0 miss in here.
Yeah, the Sarah FFL is definitely relevant too. Like,
Zero miss.
no, fine. Search. Uh, whoops. Um, this Sarah
Also,
FFL.
he's running our boy Axis. Hell yeah.
No, Axis is
Ooh,
huge
good.
in in these kinds
Oh,
of decks.
oh yeah, no, he's absolutely cracked in this list. I'm
Yeah,
just happy to see him.
yeah, for sure. I'm always happy to see him. Honestly, I also might spin here. With a ratio, ice and lightning are pretty balanced. Kind of hard to throw those off. You don't want to throw those off. Um, yeah, Sarah FFL is huge in this deck. Like she's actually a really big deal. As someone who's played with FF7 or with Wall 7 and against a lot of Wall 7, Sarah FFL is like a very key card to opening this door.
Yeah,
Um,
the big thing is you play her, you grab wall 4, wall 7.
mhm.
Um, like it does it suck when she gets Amid? Like yeah, um, but yeah, it's if the worst case scenario, or if the worst version of her not working is literally the worst case scenario for 90% of decks, you're fine. Like it's
Yeah.
I cut Arya down to 1. I
I
kept
cut
Larsa at
Arya to
3.
2, Larsa 2, Sarah FFL 2.
I put Sarah FFL at 3.
I mean, she's great. I mean, I don't hate your ratio. I just don't like Arya at 1 because her bursting is solid.
Everything's solid. I often think of KP did a video where he talked about Wall 7 after Bateria Cup Kansas last year, I think. And he specifically said that he wished that he ran Larsa's over Arya.
Really?
And he's like, yeah, his main reasoning for it was like, yeah, Arya's EX is really nice, but it almost never came up. I would much rather have Larsa because I think he was running other targets for Larsa at the deck. I think Wall 7 being the main one, but he's just like 9 times out of 10, I would rather just Larsa for it. Because at the very least, like
Yeah, but Ty,
Larsa
remember
also
that's
grab
regular Wall 7. That's a very different. This is a totally different spin on Wall 7.
a little bit, but
Because
I don't
Larsa, the
know.
only other target that Larsa goes for in this deck that isn't a Warrior of Light is Vivi.
Vivi, yeah,
And if Larsa isn't going for the Vivi, like, yeah, you kind of just want the burst.
yeah, yeah,
Like, you
that's
just want
true.
the wall for the special.
I think I landed on a version. I need to cut one card from this.
Yeah, this is actually
That's like
hilarious.
Ryuk.
I like
I
this.
mean, this deck just works. Like it's
I
that's it.
unironically
This deck
might
just works.
build a version of this, if not
Mhm.
this, and just try it.
Yeah, like Black Waltz is really fun.
Because like they
Yeah.
all do the thing. Like they just all do the friggin' thing. It's crazy. Like I need the pains because okay, so for those of you in chat who didn't know, Ty and I haven't gotten our cases yet. We usually get a case every
Yeah,
set.
Eric.
How's it my fault?
I don't know. You're the one who's doing all this.
I don't do
You're.
anything. I no, I don't do anything. I just ask Leo, "Hey, do we have our case or not?" And he just goes, "Yeah." Like he just didn't get him in. Like he got allocated, man.
Well, there might be something.
Distros did him dirty.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. I'm not gonna like. I'm not saying like, hey, don't spend money on your LGSs. But I'm kind of looking at Potomac right now, like,
Mhm.
because I think they actually still have pre-orders for the next set. Oh no! Oh wow! Actually, wow, the pre-orders are already
Oh,
over.
wait a second.
Damn.
We're at
Okay,
too many
never
backups
mind.
here. Too many backups.
What are you at? Because I think I narrowed it down to 19, 18.
Mm-hmm. I'm at 19 and I need one less. I don't feel comfortable having. Honestly, I feel better at 17.
Mm.
Um, hmm. I think I'm just gonna bump that paladin down to 2 because I don't want too much over. I don't want too many repeating names in like the backup line.
Mm.
So yeah, I think we can do that. I think that's fine. I think this is fine. This is fine. I like this where it is. And I am certainly going to keep this. This is fun. Um, Screenshot OBS because this is fun. Yeah. So I think Ty is yours. I don't. How different is yours from mine, Ty? Probably
Probably
not
very little. It's the only
terribly.
difference is probably ratios, honestly.
Yeah. Which one is yours? Have you renamed it?
I haven't saved it yet. It's like,
This fucking guy.
yeah, sorry,
This
I'm writing
fucking guy.
my little note. Blink, blink, save. Then add the tag. Okay,
Oh yeah,
all right.
Ty. You know what I
Mm,
was thinking about the other day? So back when we used to do these when we lived in the city,
yeah.
we used to have like our regulars in the Discord chat, right? Or in the stream chat. Because
Mhm.
we had Dan, we'd occasionally have Ryan, we had some of the other local players, and then we had Thomas. Remember Thomas just spitting the weirdest friggin' decks?
Vaguely. One sec. I like
What would happen to that guy?
vaguely. I wonder, did we ever add him on Facebook?
No. He was never in the Facebook chat because I don't know. I don't think he's a Chicago local.
Uh-huh. I very vaguely remember Thomas.
Like I don't think we ever met him, but like he was always in our chat, it's like throwing the weirdest decks and being like, "Hey, I went 3-0 at locals, but I think it needs to be better."
Oh yeah. Because I remember he sent us a Marsh Ritz list, and I
Yeah.
remember that was the first list that we saw on here that I was just like, no notes. Like, I don't know why you're sending this to
Yeah,
us.
like if you're winning, just keep winning.
Yeah,
Yeah. And so, but yeah, I'm gonna refresh here. Have you saved? Let's see.
I believe so.
There's Ty's. Okay, so here's Ty's version. Oh, you have the Zeromus. I see. Yeah, that's nice.
Mhm. The
That's a good
specific thing
ad.
about Zeramis is Zeramis wall just immediately turns on Gilg.
Yeah.
You don't need to put an ice and a lightning card in. You just kind of have it already,
Mm-hmm.
and that's I think a lot of people underestimate how handy that is. So
No,
I was
that's
just writing
totally
this
fair.
one. You like flipping it off of wall 7, but you also don't mind just chucking it.
Mm-hmm. So this is the problem I have with Wall 7
Mhm.
is first world problem. I have choice paralysis when I'm building the deck because
Mhm.
there's so many good options for 3 drops that I'm like,
Yeah.
like I can't decide. There's so many things.
Mhm.
So that's why I end up trapped. Just it just indecisive. And then I build a version and I'm like, yeah, I'm not happy with this. And then I never settle.
Mhm.
So, but anyway, yeah, you guys can see here. This is Ty's version. I think both versions are pretty good here. There's options. Ty went for a
Yeah.
little bit more tech. I went for a little bit more search. Um, I think we're fine here. This one is much. This one has more legs than the 13 deck. No offense.
Yeah. I think
Like
the only card that I was
compliments
kind of
on this. 13 is
the only card
wonky, and that's not your fault.
the only thing I was slightly confused by was the Paladin, but it's only because I could have swore the deck ran a different card for a specific reason, but I can't remember what it
You're
was.
thinking of the other ice and lightning backups that generated crystals on enter because they used to combo with cyan for a board wipe.
Yeah. Yeah. Though I guess my question is, would you rather run Paladin or G Deleter?
The paladin, I think.
Yeah, actually, well, yeah, G Deleter needs you to have other ice backups. My bad. Uh, him or yeah, no, you're
Um,
right. Yeah,
the uke
yeah, no,
being
that's
interrupted,
the
it only kind of like it's one of those things where we each added one of each. Like I added the one extra wind card, Ty added the earth card, and like that's it. I think you're still not terribly likely to whiff on the uke going for a wall. Um, but yeah, so Nibbles ice waltz for bigger damage. Oh yeah, dull. Okay, so I see. Yeah, I see what you're going for there. Yeah, I mean if you. Yeah, no, it's yeah, I say stick with how you have it. Like this is fine
mhm,
here. Either version is fine. If you wanted to take out the earth or the wind, and leaving that just to the wall, like the four color wall, then you're still fine with that. You can bump numbers up of other stuff. Like tweak it, play it, see how it goes. Hell, you might want to take these Riku and turn them into Zeramis, so you have three of. You might want to take this Princess Goblin and turn it into another Barley. I don't know. Just play it out and see how you feel. But this is a good. I think both of these decks, like these versions, are a good baseline to play with because they're
yeah,
pretty much in the same line of thinking.
mhm,
Like we didn't even tweak much, so
yeah. I will tell you, you're much more likely to win your locals with Wall Seven.
yeah,
This, especially
absolutely
with
agree.
Chaos not really being around anymore, Wall Seven is really good again.
One, yeah, and lots of pro players are saying that. I mean, hell, even some guys in our locals are saying that. Like Leo, Leo's definitely
Yeah,
back on Wool 7, and he seems to be having a lot of fun with it.
yeah. I was talking to Brian about it, and he's just like, "Well, yeah, now that Chaos isn't around, you can just play Wall Seven. Like you can just
Yeah,
do that again." I'm like, "Oh yeah, forgot about that."
yup. All right, moving on. Next one.
Uh, which one?
This one is FIF Winky Face. That one's Ryan's.
Mm, let me bring it up.
That one was in the general submissions channel, not the thread.
Mhm. Tifer, Herm. I'm seeing some cat seven shenanigans.
Because it is.
Yeah. Marlene or Job Avalanche. What are your Job Avalanches? Billy Bob? Tifa? Clouds of Merc?
Okay, so Ryan, what did Brian say about this one? Because I know you guys were talking about this deck on Monday at Leo's. I'm curious what Brian said. Or if you've already made Brian's tweaks and you want to see what we say. Oh, wait, you had a one of Emmett. I see two Emmett, so I know that's different. Is Ryan still in chat?
Well,
I'm assuming he's in chat. He's probably at work chatting with us.
let me copy the list. There we go. Okay. Sorry, if we have like 30 copies of this deck, you know why.
Just delete the ones that don't have the renamed stuff.
Mhm.
Okay, I've made the tweaks already. Okay, so you've tweaked what Brian suggested you to tweak.
Let's see.
Not at work. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Okay. I'm waiting for him to send a selfie from Mike's or something.
Mhm.
Mostly
I
on
think
playstyle with card small list tweet. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I okay, so let me think about this one. So Sonon is a weird one because you have to pop a lightning backup for it, but you don't have any besides Shantotto. So Sonon is just a burst. Um Billy Bob is also a card that gets played for free off. Oh, well, Riku color fixes.
Mhm. I'm also wondering if you don't you just
But
run.
but Riku doesn't change the color of the backup, so Sonon is still full price, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you just do you run Sonon? Do you
I
do
think
you
he's a
run
combat trick, and I think that's worth it in this deck.
also do you just run Leo?
Well, I thought, yeah, that's the other thing I'm thinking is I consider that is like, does Leo have value over Riku? But look at Riku's second clause. When you cast a multi-element forward, choose an Earth forward other than Riku in your break zone, add it to your hand. It's OTP
Yeah.
or OPT, but like you
Yeah,
can
Billy
still
Bob
do
adds
you can
two
like
things
play
back.
Riku, play Billy Bob, you get two things back.
Yeah, that's true. Hmm.
So like there's value there. Um I would like Titan at 3. How do you achieve that though?
Not sure. Wondering is Kate Sith. Let's see. You have enough two drops that Kate Sith could be done. Polk. Polk's fine. Wedge. Me search for one job. Avalanche forward. Yeah, searches Alfana, choose an Earth. Probably cut. Hmm.
Honestly, other than putting the Titan at 3, I don't really have notes.
Also, I desperately want to run Leatherworker in here, but I'm not sure if you can.
Oh, wait, I
Also,
see.
I also
Titan is
personally
supposed to
wouldn't
be a 2, you
mind.
49 card deck builder motherfucker.
I personally wouldn't mind putting Emmett to 3 if you're running 3 Ingus.
49 cards having looking son of a bitch.
I mean, in that case, you just run another Emmett, right? Or another Emmett, or maybe another Titan.
Ned could be a Shadow
Um,
Lord. Ned could be a Shadow Lord, I guess.
yeah.
Like
Hmm.
maybe. I but other than that, like it
Looks like
seems fine.
is that Cloud worth playing? Enters the field, choose if you control job Avalanche operative forward. Select up to 2 of the following. Choose a forward, deal 10k. Choose a job. Does play for free. You need to have another forward, which most
It's
of the time
also a
doesn't
special for the
bear it.
limit break.
True.
Like if you have
Hmm.
color fixing, you just do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, Ned for the monsters is very fair. And that's even why I was
Yeah.
hesitant. I'm like, do you play Shadow Lord? Like, I'm more asking you if you want to play Shadow Lord.
Hmm.
Um,
You pick Shadow Lord or Ned depending on your local meta,
well, and
basically.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what he's saying. So, when
Yeah.
Shadow Lord, my virtues have a weapon against knights. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. But like, we know Ryan from locals, and we know there's a lot of monsters running around locals. So his choice of Ned here is totally valid. Granted, LB
Uh,
Shantotto does the same thing, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
And Cloud is a hasty giver. So
Yeah, the only changes I did is I put Emmett to 3, basically, and then I evened out the summons: 2 Kusith, 2 Misty, 2 Titan.
yeah, man, there's not a lot to do here. Like not a lot to
There's really
change.
not. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Also, I'm going to. You can keep going, obviously, but I'm going to wrap up at midnight.
All right.
But
Well, I'm gonna need a second. I'm gonna need another co-host here. Dan, do you wanna
yeah,
hop on Discord?
get in here, Dan.
I'm not even joking. Like Dan, if you wanna hop in and like help me out here, like you're the weirdo, like the weird brewmaster. Like let's do this shit. If you got the opportunity.
That was my final request. I request we do the Gullwing control list.
Oh, before you leave.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
because it was one of the earlier ones that I opened, and I keep accidentally clicking onto it, and every time I look at it, I'm like, there's some spice here.
All right. Well, I think we can save this one. Call it here. Ty, I'll pull yours up now and show that one. And here's Ty's version.
I assume it's saved.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
see your.
no,
Yeah, I see it.
literally just the smallest change. Like this list is fine. Like there,
Yeah,
I
not
don't
a lot
really
of
have any
notes
notes
here.
about it.
Like you're in theme, you have a clear goal, you have the means to do it. I think you're generally fine.
Mhm.
Like if you wanted to get really cheeky, you put an Une in. But she's not gonna be discounted, I don't think.
No, she can be. You just remove 2 Earth backups
Oh, okay.
or 2 Earth summons. You could arguably run Une over Garnet for another Emmett
Right.
Silk target.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's an
Um,
option.
yeah,
Meh. But all right, so Dan, after Ty and I do, let's take a look at Gullwing control, and then you can tag in, and we can do the last couple decks here
Mhm.
with me
Also,
if you're willing to
I'm
stay
gonna
up.
port it over. I'm gonna port it over to TCG player or to Materia
Yeah,
or
same.
yeah, Materia Hunter.
Furia Hunter, indeed. All right, so decks create import ff decks URL post port.
Export.
Okay. So here we have a different deck. Who built this one? I'm trying to think who submitted this one. FF decks.
Someone new to the Discord. I can tell you that much.
One of the newer players. Oh wait, this was from. Oh, and Dan put a bunch in here too. This was King Old Boy. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Was that one of the new players from that just came in yesterday? Yes, that is. Okay. I think I know who this one is.
Dope. Um. Yeah, but like I said, it's been peeking at me the entire
Mm-hmm.
time, and I have some notes. Um. But there's some interesting things in here. But one of the first go tos is maybe getting rid of Balo and Dukaltana, and I'm trying to remember what to put in instead. Also, the 6-drop Pain could probably just be cut.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree with the Pain. Pain can
like
go
doesn't
for a
feed
different
into
one.
anything.
Granted,
Um,
can she get played off of Yuna? No, 3 or less. So yeah, that
yeah.
Pain can probably get bopped out of there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
Balo can
also
probably go.
probably Light Luna might also see the axe. Like the big thing is she's just ultimately feeding into 3-drop unit special.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and also
Oh,
he's
I see. So Balo is there to be searched off Duke Goltana.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's
That's what
it.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to like reconcile with. Was I had a different suggestion, but now I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, because he's playing Reeve Search for Kate Sith. I was gonna suggest running Vincent. Um, the
Oh
Vincent packet.
yeah.
But my real question is, what do you cut for that? Because my mind immediately went to Balo.
Yeah, no,
I
you
would
cut
cut
Balo and Duke
Yuge, but you kind of
Goltana.
need the ice. Yeah.
Reeve Vincent bump up.
Vincent. Because you're not running the forward, yeah. And that gives you a smoother curve.
Well, we don't have a limit break deck, so we should probably add that for sure.
Yeah.
Lightning and ice. Break search. Froth for sure.
I feel like there's another ice backup that needs to be here.
Puja. Noctis. Burgess, Victoria, Shantotto,
At the same
Mott,
time, you have a way to search.
Cloud. I know I have too many
Sorry.
limit breaks. Relax. Fairy Hunter. Fine, it's chill. It's cool.
We could also probably cut the Kusith summon.
Think so?
And we check which Kusith it is.
Oh, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wrong Kusith. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the summons need some work too.
I forgot. Yeah, I remember seeing this deck last night, actually. And we're saying the exact same thing of like, hey, wrong Kusith. The better one's in Opus 10. Because this
I'm still
one.
wondering if you cut the Yuna.
I know. Which Yuna?
The light one.
Oh, the light one? She has value.
She has value, but I feel like she's much better when you're like actively working around her. If anything, she feeds into the other 3-drop Yuna, but at that point, you just run 3 of the other ice Yuna.
Well, yeah. So I would switch the ratios of which Yuna.
Mm-hmm.
So we do 1 light, 2 of the old ice one, and then 3 of the new ice one.
Yeah.
And we have the new pain, of course. We have Renault to flicker, which is fun. Sonon, Gipal. What's the new ice? What's the new ice back attack one?
Uh, back attack what? Summon or backup?
Forward. Oh, Zeed. That's right,
Zed.
Zeed. Didn't mean to add that. I wanted to view it. So back attack, blah blah blah. Okay. Eh. Maybe not. Came to mind. Don't think we.
Mm. I do think Kusith normal is definitely worth running in here, especially
Mm-hmm.
because if you're
Ooh, juggler. That's a that's
powering
not a bad suggestion.
the snuggler,
I don't hate juggler.
because especially if you're putting a lot of work into like doing unispecials, like Kusith, original Kusith is really nice in this
Mm-hmm.
deck. Yeah, the snuggler is actually not a bad idea.
The juggalo.
God damn it. I literally talked myself into typing snuggler.
Nice.
I have 5 slots.
Hmm.
Mm-mm. Oh, yeah, the deck also needs an LB.
Yeah, I put an LB in here. I just gotta decide on what I want to cut from it. I think Victoria can probably go. Um, although
Oh,
maybe you don't need Noctis. I don't think we need Noctis. Noctis can probably go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So this is where I would land on the deck. On screen here, you can see. Um, this is what I'm sitting on. I
mhm.
don't hate it. I actually think this is solid. In terms of like a cool little package you could tweak and play around with. Um, like the Gull Wings stuff is anything Gull Wings has always historically been like pretty decent. It's never. I mean, it's there have been times where it's been like dominant, but that time has since come and gone.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll return to it depending, but right now I
yeah,
think this is fine. You have a lot
okay.
of like funny stuff and packages here. Like your backup ramp is super solid. You have 2 to 3 available strategies that don't really conflict with each other, minus the Yuna's name conflict, but like even then, like only a little bit because there's specials available.
Yeah, that's
Um,
the thing is both of them, or at least the two ice ones have specials, which
so yeah,
makes
two
it
out of three units have
way better.
specials available, which is great. Your LB is flexible because you have 3 colors and you can pick the best of whatever situation to use them in. The Sephiroth is also applicable here because you have dull and freeze stuff. Um, your backups, I think you can be at 16 or 15 because you have searchable ones and that you can be greedier with that. Um, and like you just kind of have flexibility. The only downside here is that your opponent is going to have like objectively your opponent's going to have bigger shit than you. So you're going to have to make sure you keep your opponent's stuff in check pretty frequently. Um, you have the means to do so, but it's going to be a resource management game above all else.
Mm,
So just keep that in mind. Like that's what I'm seeing the deck like leaning towards and how it's going to function. Um, like worst case, you have the Leo, you could play Wall 4. Could.
yeah. Wall
It's
4
not
is on the table. I debated throwing it in, but I feel like it's not consistent enough. You don't have ways to search the wall 4. You'd have to kind of stumble into it. But
yeah.
Leo has a lot of intrinsic value in this deck with Sonon, with
Yeah.
like that's the other thing is like the older 3-drop Yuna. Having the 2 ice might be a little rough. He also helps set up your backups. Like there's
Yeah. That
you have
said,
flexibility here.
if you do put in a Wall 4, the 4 color wall, I would say you could take the Gipball out because he's expensive.
Yeah.
Um, So you'd have like a 2 of, and like you could put a Renoa. You could take a Renoa out and put like, dude, like 2 Renoa, 0 Gitball, and then you do your 3 Wool 4s. Um,
Yeah.
that's an option. Um, without having seen the deck operate, I'm not gonna say one way or the other. I say try it first, see where you end up. Um, but I like this is fine. I think this has legs. I'd like to see this in locals.
Yeah. This looks like a unironically an absolute blast at locals.
Yeah, this would be a really fun like locals deck for sure.
Let's see. I'm trying to think because I think I'm still no, I'm at 50. I'm just kind of looking through other forward options because I'm like, what if you cut the Leo, right? Or like, what if you like? I agree with you on Gipal. Mind
Well, if you cut the
you,
Leo, then
this
you have to put in
campaign's
color
really
fixing Riku
nice.
too, I guess. Though
Yeah,
you could rather, like you don't have to, but like then you have the options of different Rikus.
yeah. But I'm just looking at other options, and honestly, I don't know if you have many.
No, I think
This
it's
character
fine if you
can.
have a bunch of backups and like you have a decent amount of forwards. Leo becomes a threat.
Yeah. Also, thank you for not just throwing Len in here because she's 10.
Yeah, Len is a sometimes it can be a trap card.
Yeah, it's definitely right now. It's kind of a trap card, and we'll kind of see. Len might be more universally good than I'm giving her credit for, but
We
right
haven't
now
seen
she's
enough.
top. Yeah,
I think we just haven't seen enough. So
yeah.
yeah. All right, you ready to tag out with Dan?
Um. Yeah. Actually, let me save this one really quick. Going control.
Yeah, let me see your version.
Because there's very small changes between ours. Like I cut the late unit out entirely. Um. But yeah.
Okay, so here's Ty's version. And yeah, like you, well, yeah, you so you cut the light Una. Why'd you cut the light Una?
Um, the main use of her that I can see is that she just she feeds the other unispecials. Having being able to tap two things to like tap two things or do something like that is nice, but I think it's only really good when you're in a deck that is actively untapping those. Um, I look at Light Una much in the same way that I look at like Noctis,
Mm-hmm.
where Noctis is like overall a good card, and I'm sure there's a lot of newer players who would think like, oh, I could just put Noctis in, and then he could uh, party attack with anyone, and then I get all the benefits. But I don't think it's. I think you need to build around it more, which is when Noctis is good. Is when you're
Mm-hmm.
building around party attacking. I view Light Una that way. I think Light Una is way stronger than Noctis, but I think if you build, you need to build around it. Like you can't just like half-ass it.
That's fair. I mean, it's kind of like
Yeah.
the old light Yuri, but better.
Yeah, Light Yuri is also another example where there was a lot of decks that like you could get one or two activations off of Light Yuri, but he was only really good in Mono Wind.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's there's that one. That was another easy deck to tweak and play with.
Ye-
So
But
all right.
all right, I started dozing off in my chair, so I'm going to go to bed before you guys start hearing me snore.
Sounds good. But Ty, the symphonic snore
Mhm.
is it's beautiful. It's lovely. The people need the
Yeah,
music.
yeah, but I that's why I got an APAP, is so I can save it for when I forget it in but for when I forget it when I travel to Materia Cups.
All right.
Oh
Well,
god, yeah, I am out of it.
all
But
right.
yeah,
Well,
um,
I'll wait for Dan here
mhm,
and then we will get that going.
yeah. But it was fun to do all this. Excited to go back to Fix It Friday. A solid 4 hours or 3.5 or so, at least on my end. But yee. All right, goodbye everybody. I'm glad that I was a lot more positive about these decks this time around.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I remember at locals, I forgot who it was, but someone was just like, "Yeah, dude, you were really mean about the last one." So I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
Brutal. Brutal.
But no, but we got some good lists today. I think we did some good work.
Ty
Uh,
ASMR
yeah,
snoring stream. Let's go.
yeah, yeah. One of these days, maybe for April Fools. All right. I'll see you later.
See you
Let me know
later.
if you want to hop on Apex tomorrow or something.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right, deuces.
All right. See you. All right, Dan, whenever you're ready to go. Um, Ty has left the building. And I am chilling. I'm ready. Because we still have a few more decks to go. We have a couple of yours, Dan. Funny enough. Um, I'll pop those open here and see how we're doing. Um, did I already open one of yours? Oh, these are two different people's decks. Interesting. We'll put this one in then. I don't know. But this is the next one I want to look at. Oh, here, Dan, I'll just call you on Discord if that's cool. Like give you like direct call. It's probably easiest if you're I don't know if you're on your phone or at your computer or what. Cool. All right, here we go. Getting Dan on the line. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you all right.
Excellent.
Cool.
Thank you for the invite to jump in and fill in for Ty.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, I always I always love having alternate opinions and perspectives, and you are definitely one of our more creative deck builders and locals. So I figure you could offer some cool insight here.
You know, creative doesn't always mean good, but I'll take the compliment.
All right, so I'm looking at the wall chocobo deck in the Discord here. I do not remember where that one got submitted, if it which one it got dropped in. I think that was another one of Warren's. Is it this one?
Okay.
Yes, it was the I want to do some sort of fun similar to Vikings.
Do. Viking. I think this is it. No, that's an older one. That's
It's in the thread.
yeah. I scrolled too far back. I was looking at your last.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I try to create a thread for each
The
stream.
yeah. Why is it not opening? Why? I see the thread, but it's Discord isn't opening it for me.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, wait, there it is. It
I was
finally
gonna
popped
say,
up.
worst case, I can just send you the link.
Yeah, update. Some similar to Vikings. Got it. Okay, the newer one. All right, I got it up now. My computer
Okay.
decided to catch up. All right, so we're this was the Chocobo Warrior Light list.
Yeah.
That fat Chocobo. Miner to dig for backups.
Okay, so I want to bump Shantotto down to
So
2 and bump the fat chocobo up to 3. Actually, that's a lie. I'm gonna well, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Izana needs to be here for sure, I think. Colloquially known as
yeah,
Choco Wall. Indeed. You're not wrong there.
all right.
Um, hmm. I don't know how I feel about the Monk Warrior of Light being here. I see
Yeah,
why.
the issue I'm seeing with that is you're just not running enough Earth cards just in general for
Yeah.
either effect, really. Black Chocobo.
God, how do I miss um what's her name? The the backup that you
Althea.
could bounce something at any time. Althea, yeah. Oh, I miss her so much. She was so much fun. We also need an LB. We need an LB. Okay, so Earth and Wind, Limit Break, Search. Okay. Need that. Zidane for sure. Celsius for sure. Vajradara Woo. Sid. Noctis. Not. And screw it. You have a Shantotto. I don't understand wall here for anything other than a special. No, I cut the wall. Like, I don't think the three
Yeah.
drop has a lot of value there. Um, like the special is funny, but you don't have enough card name wall to be hitting that all the time. I don't think it's worth it.
I'm going to do something a little bit unorthodox from what you and
Okay,
Ty
looking forward to
normally
that.
do, and just deviate a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in the idea of doing this as a water wind build.
Ooh, going back to like really old, like Opus 3 and 4 chocobos.
No, I'm actually thinking like Opus 22 Warrior of Light, doing something similar to what they were doing, but just a different Warrior of Light and a slightly different
Gotcha.
support package,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to get a little bit more card draw. Because, like you
Mm-hmm.
said, trying to do something like Vikings, and the thing that jumped out at me was Vikings is going to draw you a ton of cards.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing I thought, and I'm like, all right, let's do chocobos with a little bit of card draw. What if we do
Yeah.
like I'm looking
Fair.
at the Opus 22 Warrior of Light
Mm-hmm.
that also pluses all of your forwards, so you can build a little bit more solid board with
Mm-hmm.
some of these small, cheap chocobos.
This deck used Opus 18 Yuffie. Arguably, um, you'd have to establish a good backup line, I think. If we go for this Yuffie, good old smack you in the face Yuffie. Um, she's fun. She's cheeky. You'd want to put in search for her like Mana, or Mina, however you want to pronounce that. Um, I think she could be fun. Um, but I don't think this deck is going for aggro so much as it is flood the board and then hit. You're gonna combo off of like this here Noctis. You'll get a lot of value off of that. As opposed to like say, like hitting putting everything on the ground and going and hit face. Yuffie would be like a game like a not a game winner, but like kind of a push for game card where it's like, okay, I have my board established, put down the Yuffie, swing with a bunch of stuff, swing Yuffie, and then like, or like, put Yuffie down, swing, do her special and board wipe, and then reactivate all your stuff. Um, but it's kind of expensive for this deck, I think. I think the part of the strength of this deck is gonna be playing dirt cheap. Like look at this curve over here on the left for the graph. You have a lot of 1 drop, 2 drop, and 3 drops. You start to fall off with the 4 drops and higher, but I think that's where it has the most benefit is being able to just put stuff out cheap. Yeah. So
Yeah, like I said, I'm looking at trying to keep a nice big hand, recur some things, be able to just use the value of wind water
Mm-hmm.
and just out efficiency, just be so much more efficient than your opponent.
Yeah. Let's see here. The Asura that was in here is
That's
definitely
why.
not beneficial, I think. I think you could do Dryad, you could do the Free Alexander, do multiple Free Alexanders, honestly.
I have 44 cards.
Oh, whoops, no. Hold
And let me look at all these chocobos we're running. We are running a lot of the party chocobos, which I think we can take advantage of that with some water backups as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could go all the way back and look at Celestia and Andoria from Opus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we put there. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
One thing this deck isn't going to have a lot of removal. So I
I found a
think,
method of removal. I think that because you have a lot of cheap bodies, um, you can definitely put in the new, the Opus, what is this, Opus 14? Yeah, Opus 14 Chocomog.
well, what I was going to say is I think you're going to see a lot of trading and combat. Just you're going to have to leave your cheap bodies up sometimes defensively.
Mm-hmm.
And so oddly, I think this might be an interesting place. Like I said, I'm looking at a wind water variant, getting away from the earth
Yeah.
stuff. But it might be an interesting place to test Abzu, that new monster that
Hmm.
prevents all of your opponent's forwards from increasing their power.
Yeah, the Melty Gemini, but better.
Yeah,
That is fair. Honestly, I think I'm settled on mine, like already.
I'm
Like
very
I
close.
made some subtle tweaks. Oh wait, hold on. I know what I forgot. I forgot some of the fun stuff. You know it's this one.
Oh, not so worried about that.
Yeah, Abzu is a fun card. It is definitely it's straight up just power creep of an older card that wasn't as good.
Hmm. I have a list together. I'm going to finish up my LB
Mm-hmm.
real quick, and I think I will actually be comfortable with this. Oh, every time I think I'm done, I think of one more thing.
Hmm.
That my 8LB. No, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. We're going to stick with that. All right.
Okay, now mine's
Yeah,
ready to go.
I think I
All right,
am as well.
cool. So for mine to go over it, I slapped in the Bart's Boko combo, because Bart's Boko combo is fun. I mean, it's a chocobo. It's one drops gain haste. That's solid. You have the Noctis that I added for party attacking benefits, especially because the chocobos themselves give you benefits for that. So might as well stack on top of it. Um, and then I just played with some numbers a bit. I removed the wall. I bumped in the Opus 14 Chocomog because you're gonna have a lot of bodies, I think, forwards and backups that are gonna, give you value on that. The backups, I tweaked the numbers a little bit to be a little greedier, but because of how much dig you're doing, like you're fine with that, I think. Added a limit break. It's pretty straightforward. Just a lot of the best Earth and Wind limit break cards. Yeah, like not much to speak of there. Um, pretty pretty standard run of the mill idea here that I think is kind of fun. So Dan, do you want to send me your version on Discord?
I just did.
Fantastic. Let's see what we got here. This is Dan's version. Here we're looking at very different cards. All right, so Poo Poo, I see it. Leviathan, the Lev 6 is just a given. That's it's water. You're in water. You play Lev 6. Search standard units with the Warrior of Light, super solid. Ject to stop the autos and stuff, that's super solid.
Protect you
It's a
against board
body
wipes
in
if you
lieu
are
of,
able to produce, 4 or 5
yeah,
forwards a turn. Go
yeah, for
wide, use the
sure. I mean,
E-Ray
it
for a little
also
bit of
is,
activation.
yeah, it's a good replacement for the Aqua Tarasu as well. So that's nice. You got your Chocobo ratios here, pretty, pretty easily explained stuff, self-explanatory even. Ivray and Abzu just help you, stay afloat. Ivray helps you combo a bit, which is nice. Andoria and Celestia with they're just good 2-drop backups for this
Especially
package.
with the
Super
number of
nice.
chocobos you have that are going to benefit from party attacks. They'll
Right.
help that. Just you have
Yeah,
so many small
Chocobo.
bodies, 3, 4, 5K power. Combine that with the
Yup.
warrior level pumping by 2. If you're able to get another 1 on the party attacks, Abzu keeps them from pumping in response.
Yup. Yep, for
Get some
sure.
good value trades and be
Oh
able
yeah,
to take away their threats pretty easily.
definitely. Chocobo searchable backup, just like in the other deck. Fat Chocobo and Chocobo Sam, self-explanatory. Lena, when your opponent gets a burst, you get benefits. It's easy explanation there. Yeah, astrologian. You get the idea. It digs for you. White Mage, just one of the new cycles. Good value card. Limit
And you
Break,
have some one
the
drop
stuff you'd
targets to
expect.
recur, so it gives you access to a little bit of recursion.
Yeah, Limit Break is the stuff you'd expect here. I like the Luso ad. That's super solid. That's a good one. And then yeah, I mean you have enough bursts to warrant the Luna Freya, I think. Because all of your summons burst, your Warrior of Light bursts, and you have a burst in backup, so solid there. Yeah, I think those both have a layer of merit, and definitely curious to see which one would do better at locals. I'm sure Warren will try both.
Yeah, I just think like a deck like this, like I originally said, it was trying to be like Vikings. It felt like it needed that card draw to be able to keep enough things in hand to take advantage
Mm-hmm.
of the cheap bodies. If I want to be able to throw 5 things out, I have to have 5 cards in hand to be able to throw them out in the first place.
Yeah,
So if you're not drawing the cards, you're not going to be able to present the field. And let's
yeah,
be honest, one of the best LBs in the game is Tidus. You're in a deck that you want to go wide, throw a big field, drop Tidus.
yep. You're gonna have the water to pay for it, so you might as well. And oh, for chat asking two drop backup Chocobo, when it enters the field, it gives the forwards you control the ability to party with any color, and then you can dull him on a later turn to do the same thing again. It does not dull and break itself; it just dulls, which is key.
Yeah, it
So
allows you to set up
yeah,
that cross color party attacks every turn.
yeah, exactly. Which I mean, in a deck, any multicolored deck, super solid. So all right, let's move on to the next one. Um, this one is okay. Whose FFBE crystals is this? There's two of them. That's the problem. There's yours, and there's somebody else's. Who's the other one? Think.
Other FFBE
Hmm.
crystal.
Who dropped this one? Oh, maybe not. What? This is definitely. Oh, is this another Warren one? Is this a fourth Warren deck? Oh yeah, this is
Okay, this is the
Warren's.
Lucio deck I'm seeing.
Yeah,
Where,
he wants to keep Luca and Kalmia in there. I see.
yeah. Luca, I actually think is really important to FFBE crystals. If you're going to run Lucio, um, just taking away the value if they do Amaterasu the search or the
Yep.
crystal and being able to keep Lucio on the board is
Mm-hmm.
so good for this deck.
Yeah, definitely.
I
So,
mean,
yeah, so let's take a crack at this one. Copy that. All right, it is 50 cards. I always want because some people don't leave it like some people don't have 50 cards in there, so
like, Ryan.
yeah, exactly. All right,
So the
so
first
first
thing that kind
things
of jumps out at
first,
me is I'm going to take out the blue worm. It's a good all around card, but I don't feel like it does anything for this deck.
for sure. I'm gonna take out Cleone as well, and replace it with Levi, like the Aquatarasu Leviathan. Just because, like, the Cleon prevents your summons as well.
And I think that's a more dynamic. The Aquatarasu, it's just going to be relevant in more situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cleon is nice to protect against an Amaterasu or a Mist Dragon, but
Yeah. Okay, so I know people have been dropping Velis at 2 in decks like this. I think Astrius can get away with being a 2 of. And then that puts up space to put in Lev 6. Cool. Severo, Crystal, Paladin, Generate Crystal, Well, I think we need more crystals. We don't have enough crystals.
yeah.
I think we can use the 2 backups.
The one
Also,
thing
there's
I
one
would
backup
fear
that...
playing this list, the way it's currently kind of set up, is the first thing that jumps out at me is if I run out of crystals, I'm never getting any of my forwards to the board.
Yeah, and that's why Earth being the backup line is so much stronger in a lot of cases.
That's where I was thinking was incorporate a couple of Earth backups, maybe Miner, a Tyro, maybe a Shantotto to
Yeah, you
give you
definitely
color
want...
fixing and a board wipe.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Alchemist backup could go if we're looking at adding some color fixing in the backup line.
Yeah, definitely.
And obviously his theme is he wants to go with the Warriors of the Crystal package and kind of lean into that. So I don't want to take away from that
Mm-hmm.
too much.
Yeah.
And Miner just gets you any backup. So I think a couple copies of that might be just good
Mm-hmm.
enough. And then you mentioned that I submitted a similar deck. Mine is more leaning towards the FFBE and taking advantage of Glaciella and doing some things in a Water
Mm-hmm.
Earth build. Not so much on the Warriors of the Crystal.
Right.
But one thing I discovered playing a very similar deck, and it's kind of obvious, but Lucio and Glaciella are going to become your opponent's first targets. So
Mm-hmm.
recursion becomes very important. Being
Yeah.
able to get back extra copies of them, especially if you're able to go into Earth Water. And Kusith also, of course, ups your burst count. So
Exactly.
I feel like that's got to be at a 3 of in this deck.
I would agree.
And I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be in the upcoming meta as we see Chaos get nerfed. And, I think being able to hit the opponent's break zone is still going to be important, but I don't think it's going to be where we need to see Mist Dragon as a 3 of whenever it's possible. But I'm going to throw 2 Misties in here. Just because it can cancel so many summons, it's still it's such a versatile summon, and it can still do so much for you. And those decks, when you do need to stop their break zone, it's still always good. Yeah, I'm back up to 50 cards already. Wow, that kind of took care of itself almost. I just got to throw an LB together for this one. As much as I hate to say it, it's just kind of like you just kind of go with the good Earth, Water, LB stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Got yourself a Leo. Got yourself Lunafreya.
I am going to do something a little bit off common with Limit Break. I'm going to throw one copy of Saltheus in.
I was actually, it's funny you say that. I was hovering over that card when you said that. Like, do
So
I do it?
I think Saltheus is actually a somewhat underrated LB card. It's not a LB card that's always good, but having one copy in LB decks and with certain decks that don't do well to fire, that don't do well to mono wind or wind X decks, being able to just throw Saltheus and say, I have a 9K that you just can't get rid of
Yep.
all the time is good in certain matchups. Not universally
Definitely
good,
agree.
certain matchups.
Yeah. No, for sure.
And again, back on the recursion idea, I want a one of Noctis. Just being able to load
I
up a
can get down
Lucio
with
special
Noctis.
whenever you need it never feels
Yeah.
bad. Especially if you're at 5 backups and Lucio special is S1, you ditch a card, pay tap 4 for Noctis, you have one floating CP for that Lucio special, and it feels so clean.
Yeah. I think I got mine about where I want it.
I am sending you mine now. So
Cool. Here's Dan's version, which, I mean, pretty close to the other one he submitted already, but there's some I see some differences here. So yours, Young Eggs and Meal, solid choice. Definitely a fun card. A lot of
just
the same
something
stuff. We
sticky.
both
Take advantage of some of the crystals, make your opponent work a little bit harder than normal to get rid of a 2-drop.
Yeah, we both cut the wind card because it just doesn't really have much value. I put in more color fixing in the back row than you did. But you put in the minor for a little bit more backup value. We both kept the Luca and Kalmia, which is nice. Per the request. You kept just the Paladin and cut the Severo. I see.
Yeah, I went back and forth on that. The Severo still gives you FFBE count, which helps with the Astrius, but the Paladin, just a crystal and a card, just so much value.
Totally fair. Totally fair. Lars is a good call to keep. Tyro is a good card. Shantotto is, of course, a good card. We have an identical limit break. Julio, Shantotto.
I wouldn't be shocked.
We do have identical limit breaks. That's funny. So we can agree on that part. That's easy. Yeah, that's you kept the Atomos and I put in Aqua Tarasu. That's about the only difference in the summons there. Yeah, the other thing is just a little bit of ratio tweaking, but
Yeah.
no big deal for that.
But being
All
that this was
right.
so close to a deck, even the deck I submitted for you, like I said, mine's a little bit more FFBE focused. I use
Yeah.
the 4-drop Montleonis and Daisy to try to take advantage of Glaciella's special to be able to trigger
Mm-hmm.
a few different specials and be a little more flexible. I'm a little less in on Warriors of the Crystal, but the core concepts of the deck kind of overlap enough where
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well then let's pop this deck out and let's look at yours then, Dan. So let me make a copy here.
that's my version of my
Okay.
own list. Okay.
Okay. Yours is definitely leaning more into the FFBE synergy as opposed to just raw crystal synergy. I can see here.
It's still producing lots of crystals. It's still producing, a lot of it's very similar.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I haven't updated this deck for Opus 25 was one of the biggest things. This was a deck I've played
Yeah.
the last set, obviously with Lucio, and um, I just don't even know what I want to do with it for this. That's been
Yeah.
my big sticking point is I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
anything that came out in this set jumps out for this deck.
Honestly though, very, very little to say about this from me. Like I think Cedia at 3 is fine. But otherwise, like no notes. Kind of like
Yeah,
just a little question
one of my
mark there.
favorite
Like
things
there's
with
not a
this deck from
lot.
the last set was Lucio just being able to generate so many crystals and then throw down a cyan for a nice clean board wipe and move
Yeah.
everything out of the way for your big offensive turn has
Mm-hmm.
been very effective in this deck. And you don't even have to spend the normal 8 for the cyan where, oh, I got to pay 5 to get the extra crystals too. Lucio
Mm-hmm.
just sets that up so much faster and cheaper for you.
Yeah. Honestly, the new backups in the new set aren't really worth putting in here. And you kind of already have all the value you need. And the new stuff doesn't really give you anything special here. Yeah, I kind of just think this one just stays as is. Yeah. I took Lev 6 down to 2 and put Cedia at 3. Literally my only tweak. And you've got board wipes, you've got sticky stuff, you've got, the ability to kill with Glaciella, you've got
One thing I
Ami.
was one thing I was considering is the new Kate Sith, just because I do run so many of the Geomancer and Oracle 2-drop backups. If I could kind of ramp my backups faster off that Kate Sith instead of the 2
True.
copies of the Monk.
You could, but you gain crystals though, and you get cards. I think that's got more. I think your ramp is probably fine, honestly. You have 6 2-drop backups. You've got a few 3-drop backups that one of them provides more draw power, one of them has on-board value. You've got a search, you've got a board wipe. I think your backups are probably pretty consistent as is. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit on this one. Like, I think this is good. I think it's fine. Like,
Every once in a while that happens.
yeah, right. All right. So then moving on to triple threat. Is this another one of yours?
Yeah, that's actually a deck you played against me a couple weeks ago. You were on your Odin deck, and that was my Water, Lightning, Wind summon deck.
Yes, I remember this.
And again, I haven't updated this for the new set. This was something I've been working with for a while and just haven't
Mm-hmm.
sat down with.
Oh, to answer your question in chat, Ellie, this guy, um, honestly, he's just not any value to the deck. Like, he, his attack ability is not great because if you have 0 cards in hand, you stay at 0 cards in hand, and then you just milled 2. Um, like, him not being able to be blocked is kind of irrelevant, and the damage 3 giving him a buff is also pretty irrelevant. Um, it's yeah, like it's just not. There's just no value there as a character, like as a forward or a character in general. So yeah, it kind of just gets disregarded in every way. So yeah, just don't worry about Ellie, whatever his name is. But anyway, so this deck, it looks like a storm deck, but I know it's not. It's more of a mid-rangey type situation.
It's almost what I called like a baby storm. Like it's fine casting three,
Yeah.
sometimes four things a turn, but it doesn't need to
Mhm.
cast 6, 7, 8. It doesn't need to have those big blowout turns, but it can do a few
Yeah.
things every turn and gain a lot of value off of the overlapping effects.
Yeah. Well, first things first, I think this Cahullin should be the 1-drop.
Yeah, I think I just misclicked on that one when I put the deck in here, honestly.
Oh, yeah, that's what they all say.
Yeah, building decks on my phone and I got fat thumbs.
Yeah, so Cahullin, we fixed the Cahullin. Rescue Chocobo, Haste Ramu, 5-drop Odin, 9-drop Odin, level 6. Seymour, then mid 16. Yeah, that's a lot. That's good stuff. Brother, buddy. Woo.
So I'll tell you the struggle I've been having with this deck is the water package
Yeah.
is very minimal, very specific. I want to hit Larsa early, get Realm out, get my Eve Anatomos set up so that I can then kind of
Mm-hmm.
forget about the water stuff. And if I burst a level
Yeah.
6 or I need to cast it in the right situation, fine. But they were almost in there to just get me to a critical mass of water cards so I could consistently have the water cards to discard for Larsa and Realm.
Mm-hmm.
When I don't open
Yeah.
into that early Larsa or Realm, the deck just dies.
Doesn't have the gas. Yeah, you don't have the gas. Man,
So
it's
the
tough.
combination of the new stuff in the set, and if there was something I was missing to kind of help, another way to get that Larsa Realm consistency up, were kind of the, because like the new set, I was considering Mandragora as maybe a one of. Just it's a nice clean piece of
Yeah, it's
removal
super interesting. It's a super
that this deck
interesting
can afford.
card. Yeah.
I thought
It's
about
a
testing
great combo.
Scorpion Sentinel.
Scorpion Sentinels also, I like that card a lot. I also like the Mandragoras, not because I spoiled it, but because I think it's actually solid.
Well, and after playing this deck, one thing I found is there's a lot of times I'm sitting on 2 or 3 CP on my opponent's turn. I can have 2 or 3
Mhm.
active backups to cast things and pay for something like the Mandragoras on my opponent's turn. So I think that also Scorpion Sentinel becomes really relevant on what it can do on the opponent's turn for this deck.
Yeah. I also think so. I cut one of your Zidane to put in one Aerith from the new set.
Okay.
Because against thing like so, let's just say you're playing in locals, right? My Odin deck, you can shut off Odin, like completely. FF13, you can shut off Lightning. Um, Wolf 4, you can shut off Refia. You can shut off the Warrior of Light. Um, like you can do that stuff. You can shut off Ferris. Um, say you're playing against say you're playing against I don't think it quite yeah, it won't work against the dancers. Unless you could haul in first and then Aerith. Which would be really funny if you did that. Um like I can imagine the salt coming from the other side of the field in that one. What else? You can shut off a Leo, if they're playing a mono Earth deck. You can shut off Emmett Selk in Earth. Shut off Witch. Like they have to respond immediately if they have, if you're playing against a Witch.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot that there's a lot of decks that you'll see that like an Aerith will actually force them to respond right there, or it becomes a lightning rod that'll keep the heat off of your other guys.
Yeah. Get rid of that linchpin piece of the deck, the thing that holds their whole synergy together.
Yeah, especially in decks where there's one thing that the deck revolves around.
Right. I think that's a nice little tech.
Yeah, it's a cute little tech. And then I do genuinely think the Scorpion Sentinel is super solid. I just don't know how I would fit it in here. I'm trying to think of what to do with the deck.
I've actually found Man in Black is a little bit slow, and Lulu kind of does the same thing cheaper and faster.
Yeah,
so
he can be a one-of.
I'm just saying if we're looking at space to cut, the Man in Black is actually more viable cut than you might think at the first glance.
Sure. I still like him at 1. How often do you find yourself using the Cloud?
The Cloud is kind of the payoff for... It's actually, again, against certain matchups, things like Knights, Warriors, that you have the big guys that spew out the small guys. Those type of decks.
Yeah.
Cloud is being able to hit Ramza and Laswell at the same time. Or I can pop off Tyvis and any of the 3 or less warriors that he's going to spew out all game.
Yeah, that's actually very fair. That's solid.
So going to the exact same thing with Aerith, in certain matchups, it's absolutely brutalizing to your opponent when they spend all that CP setting up that board state, and you blow the key component and one of their freebies off the board at the same time. If I can do 1 or 2 small casts and then drop a Cloud for 2 and kill a Tyvis and an Axstar, I'm having a great day.
That's fair. I want to put in a second Scorpion Sentinel, but I don't know what to pop out.
And I mean, I think the summons could be played with a little bit. I really like the 2-drop Ramu in here.
I like the Ramu. I kind of want to drop Lev 6 to 2.
I was even considering, and I have mixed feelings on this, but the 9 CP Odin, I don't know that I run enough lightning cards to consistently get the reduction. So I'm almost never going to pay 9 for it.
Sure, but it's
It's
a good
kind of just,
burst.
it's a good burst, but it's like you're begging for that burst. And
Yeah.
if I could do something that would increase the consistency on the water side of things, you know,
Well,
I just
according
haven't
to
figured out what.
yeah. I mean, according to the deck builder here on Materia Hunter, you have 22 lightning cards, including that Odin. That's almost half the deck.
That's fair.
I think it's worth keeping the 9-drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've got it where I like it. Assuming your limit break is decent. Well, you could also do it in a Dremelech. Actually, I almost say take out the Ramu summon for one of a Dremelech.
Uh, the 2-drop Ramu has been really good for me with Ramu 16 on the board. Just 2 CP to 8k something, 5k something, dull something, or haste my
Mm-hmm.
forward has just been massive, massive amounts of value for such a small summon. Like I put it in as a one of, and I've literally won games just off that 2-drop Ramu summon. Being able to
Mm.
use the LB Lightning, get it back, move 2 things out of the way with Ramu 16, give that Lightning haste, and go in for game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I personally I would be fine cutting the Lev 3 to 2, cutting the even the Odin 9 down to 1, and fitting in a copy of Vanderbilt Mech. Or even Chocobo or Asura, maybe messing with the numbers there.
I think the Chocobo summon, I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, the storm count is nice, but also if
And
you can't really bounce, well, you can't bounce your Ramu.
I
Because
could even give on the Belgiumine, like I don't find myself casting that many summons a turn to really get that much value
yeah,
out of. She could be a one
I don't
of,
think
or
I think you can cut Belgamy entirely.
yeah, I think that could go and make room for a couple more key pieces.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna save this as is. And yeah, here's what I got. So I got the Aerith I bumped to 2. The Zidane is at 2, Lulu's at 3, Sidolphus 3, Realm 2. Man in Black is a 1 of now. Ramu's at 3, Cloud is at 2. Got a bunch of summons, all, got their own little tech and stuff. Added 2 Scorpion Sentinels, and your backups, I think, are untouched.
Yeah, I like that for the new stuff that's come out this set. I think it feels like some pretty clean upgrades. I like the Aerith. I
Mm-hmm.
hadn't thought about that, but like you said, just being able to turn off the linchpin piece of certain decks. Even like looking
Yeah.
at the last deck we had, if I can just turn off Lucio and let him sit there, just a boring,
Yep.
bland 8k body.
Yeah, if they can't respond when the effect is on the stack, like, well, damn, he sits.
Yeah,
He's a vanilla.
yeah. I think that Aerith is actually going to solve some issues this deck has.
For sure, for sure. All right, moving on. Unless you have a version of this that you tweaked up yourself.
No, like I said, I hadn't really looked at that one yet
Mm-hmm.
for this set, so I was more curious about getting your guys' feedback. Different set of eyes.
For sure, yeah. All right, so cards for me, not you. This is the go-go deck.
That was my last one, yeah.
Yeah. And depending on how late we want to stay up, we got 2 more submissions in the channel or in the thing, so I want to take a look at those
I'm willing to stick
after we
around
get
and
through this. I mean, I got nothing to get up. I got a small thing to get up for, but I can come home right after and crash.
yeah.
So take a look at ice water, little cold glass of water here. Go Witch, Weiss, Realm, Maynard. Oh, okay, yeah, super solid. Boonevels. Yeah, this is what we were talking about in the car on the way back from Winter Cup or to Winter Cup, I forget.
Yeah, you, me, and Ty discussed this a little
Yeah.
bit, and I told you I was going to send you the list for
Yeah.
your next Fixer Friday. So,
Mm-hmm.
so the big things that I'm kind of wondering about on this deck is Hippocampus almost seems like a pipe dream sometimes.
Yeah, I don't
Sometimes,
think you're gonna
sometimes
get.
it gets there and it's really strong, but more often than not, I just if there's something else I could replace it with, I might do that. Flan, I feel like it's a coin flip between Flan and Gimme Cat in this deck.
Yeah.
So Flan has the upside of it's just cheaper than Gimme Cat. And if I have Go-Go, I
Mm-hmm.
still get the double discard. Or if I have Maynad, it's just going to keep coming back turn after turn after turn. And I don't have to invest a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of resources into it the way you do with Gimme Cat that has the discard and the pay one and tap on its 2 triggers.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
I I added the Chadley, so I might be able to get some access to some new recursion and you know looping some of the few forwards that I have through him. I thought was a good addition, and obviously the Edward being a great search target for Sarah. But those are kind of
Mm-hmm.
the new things I've pulled from this set. The
For
weakness of the deck has
sure.
definitely been like the more aggressive decks, knights, warriors, things that can turn 1, turn 2, drop down a whole bunch of forwards, and the I can lock them down for a couple turns pretty easily,
Mm-hmm.
but getting them
Yeah.
off the board usually costs me more than the deck is able to sustain long term.
Yeah. I'm going to say take out the hippocampus and put in Malboro from the last set. He
The
helps
one
you
drop,
finish stuff off. Put in the Malboro from last set. Combos with Witch.
yeah.
Just to
So
nuke.
I had that in there as a one of before, and I actually took it out to make room for something at some point.
Hmm. Yeah, I think he's worth more than the hippocampus. Um what else?
Oh, and the other thing I was looking at in this deck was Kraken, the new Kraken to reduce the cost of my monsters. But if we lower the curve, it's almost not even worth throwing him in here.
Yeah. Yeah, Kraken's a funny one. So the new one, yeah, cost per turn of monsters by 1. But like most of the monsters are already 1 and 2. If
Yeah,
not
so I'm
all,
not.
right? Yeah, all of them are 1 and 2.
Yeah, now that we got rid of the hippocampus, it's
Yeah. It's kind of moot at this point.
And another thing I'm not sold on is the Emina. Being that it's a mixed element, I have some targets with the Chadley and the Unalesca. I can almost just cut the Emina and run 3 Unalescas and be more likely to draw into it and just pay on curve and not have to
Yeah,
spend
I
4
actually
CP.
say do 2 Unalesca, 2 Chadley, 1 Emina, and then you can bump like you could play with the summons a little bit, add in Kahala, or not a Kahala, the Aquatarasu. Because that's, I mean, there's never a water deck where I'm not gonna suggest that card. Like, it just makes sense to have it. I think you can balance the summons out so you have 2 Kahullin, 2 Leviathan, 2 Leviathan, and then you have all the monsters. Or even drop a Pisca Demon but like, yeah, he's pretty good.
Especially off of Witch or Boonavell's being able to trigger his
Right.
effect and theirs.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's, yeah, not a lot of notes on this one. This is just kind of clean. Kind of is where it is.
That's fair. Like I said, I was just struggling against the aggro stuff and was looking to
Yeah,
see
no,
if
it
there
makes
might be
sense.
the Aquatarasu to cancel some, like, again, going back to Knights and Ramza, or Corilla, and being able to cancel their ETB, cancel the search off of Tyvis or Volker might be just the thing I need to kind of get the edge.
Yeah, well, because then you could also just turn around and kill the thing with whatever you got on field.
Yeah,
So,
if I can kill one thing as opposed to killing 3 or 4, I think the
mhm.
deck might be able to handle that a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely interested to play against this one. So, we'll have to match up next week at locals. So,
Yeah, I'll have to get
yeah.
those edits made then.
Yeah, definitely. Check the
All
VOD.
right.
It's all there, or I can send it to you, either or.
All right.
Cool. Last 2 decks, and then I'm going the fuck to
Sure.
bed. All right, so here we have. Interesting.
Are we still in the thread, or are these the?
We are in. So these were submitted past midnight in just the general
So the
channel.
mid-range knights and the other black mage bro.
Yeah, I'm looking at feeling myself like I lost my keys. So
All right.
this was made end of last year.
Ooh.
Updated today. All right, so lots of things going on here. This one is, oh boy. This one is kind of messy. Now this is where we've got conflicting strategies. So I see what you're going for with a lot of the
This one isn't me.
FFBE synergy here.
This one
This
was,
one is not you. This is
no, this
this is
was
Black Mage Bro.
Black mage bro.
Yeah.
These last
There's a
two
lot
are
of strategies. Yeah, there's a lot of mixing strategies here. And I think, ooh, it's difficult because I think you lose a lot of the value of the individual packages by slapping them all together. That
I think
being
you lose the
said,
consistency. Is the
yeah,
biggest thing.
definitely
Like,
definitely losing consistency.
because I mean, Merrill, you're going to be at your threshold of 4 soirees for the break way less frequently than if you dedicated yourself to a soiree deck. Same thing for Lucio. You're running 3 copies of Lucio. You're going to run out of search targets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you've got, and being that Lucio has to search for two, it's not up to two.
Mm-hmm.
That can be an issue with Lucio as well. You may not always be able to go get the thing you want to get if you're not running Setia Paren at three ofs and you need to get water CP and you've already drawn your Parens early game.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
this one, like, you have to cut numbers on so much, and like the value you get off of these, like, when they're both on the field at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Like, it feels like the goal of this one is just Lucio and Wool. And like, obviously Gilgamesh FFBE wants to do his thing. Um, and Lucio is a good way to get that light into the break zone, which is cool. It feels like this one actually relies too much on, like, I don't even know. It's wonky. It's not bad. It's just so awkward.
sorry,
Like
my phone dropped
Axstar,
out for a second, but I'm back.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, the
my first
Axstar
thought
is nice. What are you gonna say?
I was just gonna say the idea of running like Gilgamesh FFBE in either a Soiree Warrior of Light deck or a Lucio Crystals deck to have like that big like push for game type card, I think is an interesting choice. I think that's an interesting idea and worth experimenting with and looking at. I don't know that you can do both decks and the Gilgamesh FFBE at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It just and outside of Lucio in the Soiree build, if you were to just kind of streamline it into a Soiree focused build, what is your light or dark card to get Gilgamesh fully active? That would
Right. I mean,
be
like, yeah, yeah,
that would be the next thing I would kind of be like.
yeah. So on in
Weirdly,
YouTube chat, yeah, in YouTube chat, like, so main board state is getting your like Warrior of the Crystal stuff, Lucio and Glaciella, of course. With Soiree as the color fixing, fair enough, but at that rate, you have a lot of you already have the Warriors of the Crystals that have the same color spread. So like you might as well have just the Warriors of the Crystal. Madam is nice to have, but like eh. Um and yeah, like I said, like Lucio has the special to get light into the break zone. Cool, well and good. Um I don't know, I just that one it just feels a little awkward. Like I see what you're going for. And like Dan said, I think it's worth exploring. I just
like
don't know if combining it with Soiree is the answer.
for me, the multi-element Kings backup package is a great way to get your color fixing in. You can run Lena
Mm-hmm.
King Tycoon and just look at Edgar and Claris to round out the package instead of needing the Soiree stuff if you wanted to go with the four color backup line. And then you have Lucio and your crystal package as your forward line.
Yeah,
Oddly,
I mean,
I wonder.
yeah, I mean, Madam, keep in mind, Madam only protects not FFBE stuff. She only protects Soiree members, which she is also not one of. Um, doesn't protect Axstar, doesn't protect Glaciella or Gilg, or really anybody other than the Soiree members. And you only have a couple of those in the deck in front row.
Yeah,
Um,
Vesvia and Merrill pretty much.
Yeah, and in the back row, I mean, yeah, you're doing soiree stuff. Like Soiree's been around for, 3 years now. Um, Wow, it's been that long. Um, but like I don't think the soiree stuff is giving you a whole lot of inherent value that other stuff couldn't similarly do. Um, and like I feel like at that rate you're trying to maintain two separate halves of your own board, or your own deck. Like you might as well just be running the Warriors of the Crystal to like facilitate all your stuff. Um, like yeah, I mean yeah, like, yeah. The aggro lacking is like, I should say the offense. You're right with that terminology. The offense is like there's a difficulty in offense with Warriors of the Crystal. It feels like it has to be a very reactive deck, or like archetype, I guess. But Soiree even is a lot the same. Like Amber into Shinju off of Madam, yeah, that's a very proactive combo, but that's kind of where it halts. Everything else is then reactive. It's kind of following your opponent's lead and seeing what they want you to like, whether you get the chance to kill and stuff. Yeah, Axstar kill like finds the deck. That's a given. Like that's not even. I actually used to run Axstar in my soiree deck. Like this is familiar to me, familiar territory for sure. Um, it just feels like you might be better off cutting the warrior of the crystal stuff. And kind of like Dan said, if you can find an alternate light card to get engrave for Gilgamesh, Glossiella, Gilgamesh, and like Warrior of Light are your alternate cards there that'll help you get to the end.
Well, I had an interesting idea for the light card in a soiree build. Might
Yeah.
be worth testing. I don't know how it would pan out, but the new Fusoya 2-drop backup
Oh,
that
he has a
does have a
special. You're
special,
right.
and it does have a special, so you
Mr.
can
Crazy
actually remove
Eyes.
something off your opponent's board and get that light card in the break zone.
Very true. Very true. That's actually a very good point. Um, yeah, Mr. Crazy Eyes himself.
First time I saw that
Yeah,
full
I
art, the
mean,
first thing that came to me is Eater of Worlds. That
yeah. So, but yeah, that's a card I would definitely like. That would be a good fun one to experiment with. Um, he's a very
and
solid
I think the
card.
soiree would be an interesting place to experiment with it.
Definitely. Like you RFG two cards, that sucks. But then you can just special him. Your opponent can't remove him because he's a backup. So like, who's running backup hate right now? Um,
And he's a 2-drop backup, so even if they are running backup 8, Une takes him off the board for one turn. Um,
sure, just get it back later. Yeah.
yeah, it puts it back in your hand, so you just replay it. It's not
Yeah.
the end of the world. And, I mean, it's not like it's 3 CP Heck can't break it because it's only a 2-drop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they play
Yeah,
11-9,
I
they can bounce it
would.
back to your hand. I mean, it's like the few things that can hit it, just put it back in your hand and you just replay it. And
Yup.
I would have to reread the card. I don't have it in front of me. Hold on. But what is? Yeah, and when he enters the field, choose a forward and deal it 9k damage. Please bounce that to my hand. Une that to my
Right.
hand and let me replay it. Like, that's a terrible target to bounce to my hand. So, like you said, they can't kill it. They're not going to remove it from the board. It's safe and protected. You can use the special to load up your light card in the break zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's category 4, so there is some potential for some search. Yeah, that might be really interesting to experiment with in soirees as your light card to turn on Gilgamesh.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because I can't think of
Yeah.
another. I mean, I know people have messed with What's the 7-drop that lets you the 7-drop dark card that people have put in soirees a little bit?
Oh, oh
Man,
man. Something of darkness.
7-drop darkness manifest.
Darkness manifest. Darkness
I know that's
manifest.
what
Yeah,
ends
that.
with in soirees, but
Mm-hmm.
you have to remove 4 different elements from your break zone, so that kind of competes with the Gilgamesh idea.
Yeah.
So if you're looking to use the Gilgamesh, I don't think that's a good pairing.
No, you don't want him in there. Yeah, I think what I've got here is kind of functional. I feel like I'm missing 23 forwards, 9 summons, 18 backups is not uncomfortable. I think it's okay. The only downside is that, like, with Glossiella there, she's the only character using her own special. Or using that special, like, crystals situation. You're not generating crystals, really, unless you're playing her, so that gets a little awkward. That's where Warrior of
Yeah,
the Crystals does provide value with Glossiella in the
yeah. If
deck.
you're not running Luciella, I don't know that you even bother running the Glaciella though. Like you could
I
find
guess.
so many other cards that are just have other good removal ETBs.
Or even, let's say, not removal ETBs. Let's say you remove Glossiella and you go with Cecil that protects your stuff. Whatchamacallit?
The
Wind
5-drop.
Cecil that plays stuff for free. Yeah, the 5-drop.
Or if you're trying to activate the Gilgamesh, you could even run 3 copies of Zero Miss.
True.
Gives you
True.
more Ice Lightning cards to. I mean, you could
Yeah.
possibly find yourself in a situation where you can cast it with the color fixing, or you could just ditch it to get it into the break zone to turn on your Gilgamesh. It could be a
Yeah.
card that's
That's
just there, almost like your Warrior of Light is there, almost to turn on your Gilgamesh. A couple extra Ice Lightning cards to
pretty much.
help
Yeah.
speed up that process.
Yeah. I mean, condensing this down to soiree, I think, is the call. And there is an alternate version you can totally do with Warriors of the Crystal as the alternate without the soiree. Or at least not without the forwards in soiree. You could cut the forwards and keep the backups. Or go with the King's package. Either or, slap Fasoya in there if you want to, but it's kind of messy with Warriors of the Crystal, so having Lucio and stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Um,
try that in Warriors of the Crystal. I would let Lucio be the light and dark element for
yeah,
you.
yeah. Then like the limit break is fine, I think. Um, yeah, I think limit break's fine. I have no issue with this. I mean, ideally, I'd like to see. I don't think you're gonna get 2 Lunafreyas in one game, so maybe like you put maybe a Shantotto LB in there, or what's the other one I'm thinking of? Uh, I'm blanking. Maybe a Mott, but you only get so much utility out of each thing. So yeah, I do think there's a version of this that survives with Warriors of the Crystal only, but I think combining the two, yeah, I think combining the two just like I don't know, it looks so wrong to me, but I haven't played it, so it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, in a vacuum, it's tough, but
Yeah. It's
it just
hard. Like the other thing too is like
it looks like the deck is going to fight itself.
right. And that's but like at the same time, I still want to say try it. Like it seems interesting as it was before, but also because you submitted to Fix It Friday, I'm going to, I'm going to give feedback. I'm going to express thoughts about it. Like you don't come here trying to convince me to play a deck. You're trying to, get feedback. So I'm going to give at least some feedback. Now, maybe we do something in the future where we do like a deck showcase of like, hey, come show off your weird ass decks. Um, but Fix It Friday is check out my weird ass deck, but also help me fix it, please. So
Yeah. So
yeah, this is what I'm gonna settle on for now.
I threw together quickly what I would look at as more the crystal focused, which I mean we just
Sure.
did 2 crystal based decks, so it's not gonna seem like anything revolutionary versus that, but
Yeah, so here's
it's
your version.
but I am using the King's backup package like we talked about, the Claris into the King Tycoon into Lena to ramp quickly. Edgar can free play your
Yeah,
Lena. Little bit of the summons you'd expect to see in these colors.
definitely. So there you have it. That's two versions.
But yeah, I've just found that when you have two game plans, like even Ryan was working with a deck that it was really cool and it was really fun, but he was running a Warriors deck with like a small Lucio crystal package to be targeted removal. It was like 3 copies of Lucio, 3 copies of Glaciella, and a few search targets for Lucio, and that's all the crystal package was. But it was interesting. But then we got Volker and we got Iron Eater and we got these new warriors, and it's just like there's not room to do something cheeky with another 12 to 15 cards.
Right.
And focusing on the warriors was the line to go. And I feel like this deck was kind of in the same vein of it was trying to do 2 things and hamstringing both of them instead of doing either of them well.
Yeah, it's like when you try to slap a good character and an evil character together in a show and like they're just not gonna get along. They're oil and water. Separate them, let them each do their own thing well. Although I do worry that there's only one lightning card in the whole deck in your version.
Yeah,
Like
I would probably
that's the only thing to consider a weakness here.
yeah, I would probably just make like 2 copies of run on and cut maybe a paren. It seems like there's probably enough water.
Yeah, I would cut a Paren, put a Renan in. Maybe also cut damn, I don't know.
Like I did it very quickly, but I was just like wanted to see how it would look. But yeah,
Yeah, there was also only one Merald in the original build deck actually. Here, let me pull the original back up.
yeah.
This one. Yeah, so there was Merald and Renan. There were two lightning cards. So,
One in each package.
right.
Yeah, so yeah, I think that's a legit criticism. I think going to 2 copies of Renan would definitely help turn on Gilgamesh a little bit more easily.
Yeah, you just want to secure it, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the
I was
end
just thinking
goal.
with Lucio being able to search out the missing piece, I wasn't overly stressed about it, but having 2 copies is probably the way to go.
Yeah. So yeah, all right. So I think we've settled on this one for our two our two separate ideas here. Are we good to move on to the final one
I
and
think we
call it
could
a
do
night?
that. And that
Cool.
was not the link I just clicked on. I just clicked. So that was mid-range
In the
knights.
mid-range knights.
Hmm.
Oh man, the trap that is Len. The Len trap. Okay.
So I heard you and Ty talking about Len being a trap card. And I played Len at pre-release, and I found her to be actually a very good card
Oh,
when
in
I played her.
pre-release, she's filthy. Filthy in pre-release.
Right. So again, I haven't messed with her in a deck. I haven't found the deck that I want to put her in. I have some ideas for an Icewind 10 deck
Yeah.
that might have room for her. But just essentially the draw power. You're getting an extra card. She does make you play a little bit weird because a lot of times you want to go to main phase 2 to see what that card is going to be in attack phase before you commit to what you're going to do that turn. Otherwise, you're just milling something and hoping you're able to use it in main phase 2. And there are some drawbacks with that. So I can definitely see the potential for her being a trap card if you're trying to play her consistently.
Yeah.
But I think she has potential. I'll say that much about her.
Yo, she does
In
definitely
Knights,
as a card, she has potential. It's just
in
where
Knights,
she what deck she goes in is the key.
yeah, and in Knights, I think you're trying to be too proactive for her,
Yes.
and that's my first instinct with that is
Yeah.
if you're going to sit there and wait
She's
for Len to come down and try to draw you extra cards, and then you're going to do things in main phase 2 based around Len, I think you're going to be not doing what Knights wants to do and being very aggressive. And I understand
right.
this is a mid-range build, and they're trying to be a little more reactive, but I don't think Len's the way to do it.
Agreed. Mostly because like in Knights you even so let's say that even if you're in a mid-range deck where you have a little bit more of a hand to work with in terms of Knights, I feel like you still don't have the momentum to be spending on that stuff. Whereas you want to constantly be building the board you've got as it is and like reacting and defending yourself against whatever your opponent's trying to do to shut you up.
Yeah.
Um so I don't think that Len kind of has that going for her. Real quick though on the side, LB fine, no issues or notes there. Keep it as is. The Guardus in the back row is awkward. I get that you're
I will
playing
say
it
one
off of
thing.
Corilla.
I will say one thing about the LB. Um, I might consider trying to squeeze one copy of Graph in there. Being able to remove a
Yeah,
forward that you want to replay in this deck, I think could be very strong.
I definitely agree. Um,
If you
and
have a
respond to
Gawain
chat.
down and you want to play Graph and RFG your own Gawain so you can follow up with a second Gawain,
Yeah,
I think having access to a Graph, maybe just go down to one Beatrix, one Graph in the LB could be a small change that would be worth
I wouldn't cut the
at least
Beatrix. I
testing.
would actually. I would
Or maybe
probably
Kuja.
dump. I would dump the Victora.
You think Victora?
I don't know if the opponents will have low hand size to make it always worth it. Because
Well, if you're playing
let me
it
try to
mid
remind
range with
myself what she
Lastwell and trying
does.
to trigger the attacks and discard, maybe.
And
But
maybe.
it's one of those that like it's so hard. My thing is I would probably up the 2-drop Beatrix in the main deck to 3 of. She's just so good in Knights, especially after we
Hmm.
just made room taken out. That I think I could cut one of the LB Beatrix to make room
Yeah,
for
for
that
sure.
graph.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I like Beatrix just because she has like the direct knight synergy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So yeah. And respond to chat. Victoria's solid. I'm not saying she's bad. I just think that in this deck, you're not gonna have your opponent discarding a lot. Like, yeah, like Lastwell exists, but they only discard one every turn if you attacked. So, it's not gonna you're not gonna be consistently knocking your opponent's hand down, and it's only end of turn. So, unless they're playing aggro and trying to out aggro you, it's not quite the value that I think it could be. Now, again, does that mean it's not going to clinch a game? No, it can clinch a game. I think Surgis can do that job just as well by dulling something out of the way. Um, and, being able to graph, swing with him, reduce your, reduce power and stuff. Yeah. Agrius is a card. It is really just there because it is, it has the job knight, and it's when Agrius is chosen by abilities. Like, here's the thing with Agrius. In Knights, if you have, say you have Ramza Karilla, Garland, and Agrius. Agrius is the easiest one to kill there by far, because it's only 5. So it forces your opponent to try to kill the easier thing, and then they get punished by, drawing a card, or by discarding a card. Um, Agrius also can get, you get the power buffed up by having Delita, by having, what's his face? Um, Ramza. Like, you get that buff to a 2-drop 8K, and that's got some value there as well. Um, that's just what the meta says. Like, that's just Agrius just works in here. A lot of decks keep it at 1 of. And I think that's fine. I have no issue with that being a 1 of.
Yeah, and I think it's also just trying to up the 2 counts so that if you
Yeah, pretty
hit off
much.
Corilla, but like you said, I don't think it's doing much for your game plan long term.
Yeah, and like, so okay, so let's explore the water Agrius then, right? You have a 1-drop, which is cool. Bounce it, that's fine. But then you can't play, you only get 2 bodies off of this as is. So unless you have another 1-drop knight, you're still only getting 2 bodies off of there. And the removal is cool, but sometimes, remember, this forces you to choose. You only, like, you don't get a May. It's not up to 1. It is just choose and bounce. So there's times where, like, you don't want them to get a new ETB. They're gonna get it. Um, so another thing to consider. It's personal preference. Everyone's got their opinions on it. But the meta has shown, like, both can work, but most people lean towards the ice one. Um, so yeah, I mean, honestly, look at Worlds, tournaments. It's my tournaments. I want to look at these tournaments. Worlds. Worlds. Where was Worlds? Winter Cups.
So I'm going to throw this out there. If this
Yeah.
is looking to be played as a little bit more of a mid-range deck, Instead of the
Yeah,
Agrius, I actually like Opus 18 Phasalis. It's a 2-drop Ice Knight, but it
that's
kind of does
also
the same
interesting.
thing as
Yeah,
Len, but not in such the mandatory way that Len does. It gives you the
yeah,
discard
you
one
don't just
card,
mill a
remove the
card.
top 2 cards of your deck. So I think that
Yeah,
might actually fit into what they were trying to do with Len and the mid-range strategy of this deck, as opposed
yeah,
to the Agrius.
right.
So I put
Yeah, no,
that in as like
I
a
think that's
2 of
completely
instead of.
fair. Yeah. I mean, looking at Eureka's list from Worlds, and mind you, this is Worlds. This is the fifth place player. Eureka is known to be one of the best players, hands down, at this game. Crazy good deck builder. Like, this guy knows his shit. All the respect in the world to this guy. He runs the one drop, and he runs Phasalis, one of Lilith, Delita, nothing in back row for Earth. And I'm actually surprised that there's no Mott in here. So that one also shocked me. Um, I like the idea of discarding Delita for a one of Mott. Like, oh, I want to give all my stuff Brave, swing in with a bunch, and then do the tap effect for Ramza. Um, that's just me. But Knights is such the thing about Knights that a lot of people don't understand is it isn't just an aggro deck. Knights is a deck that, played correctly, can flex very well between aggro and mid range. Um, and that goes over a lot of people's heads. That's completely understandable because most people see Knights on the average, like the intermediate to novice level play of like, yeah, I'm just gonna spew a bunch of forwards out. I'll swing with two of them, and then the next turn I swing with a couple, burn and kill a thing, and then keep doing that until you're out of gas. Um, but yeah, like that's just how that be. um,
Yeah.
so like let's say you take Lilith down to one, Agrius, you nix you let's say you keep the ice one, put in a water one. And then let's say you do, let's say you bump down a Leo to one and put Mott in. You They get that, and then you have some fodder for Delita. You have Kusith and Misty to pitch for that. Tyro exists there. I really hesitate on the Sigwardus, just because I don't think you need Earth that much, and you could probably cut all the Earth from the deck, minus the Delita. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's a free backup. And if you're really truly going for the non aggro version of this deck with a mid range focus, it's fine. It's not optimal, but it's fine. I just talked for a while straight. My throat is dry.
Yeah, I was looking at the Meath backup, and I have mixed feelings because we're not running what are we, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We're running enough multi-element cards that you could run the Opus
The other
18
Meath,
Meath to be able to
yeah,
search out whatever you wanted, as opposed to, because I feel like the most likely thing you're going to do with the older Meath is ditch a 2-drop, go find Laswell, maybe ditch a 4-drop, go find Gawain.
yeah. I mean, Meath is one of those cards that, like, people, it's all preference which Meath to run,
Yeah.
100%. I think it depends on what your goal is. Um, I mean, hell, some people I've seen cut Meath and put in explicitly a selfie to recur the Ramza or the Garland. And like that's it. Which I think is ballsy. That is like That is a very risky move, but at the same time, like if it works for you, I'm not gonna knock it. But like one of our locals, Sam, in his Knights deck, I forget what's the fire backup he ran after someone one of the higher level players did it for one of the Materia Cups in a Knights deck, and it was just like, oh shit, that's actually really smart. It was a fire backup. Did something good for Knights. I forget what it was. But they omitted Meath in lieu of that as well. I'm trying to think of what it was. Fire backup. Like, just look at all of them, I guess. Oh, it was the backup Garland that stole it steals
Yeah,
the forward. That's a
I
cheeky
actually put
one.
that after we talked about the graph. I actually put that as a one of in here too.
Yeah,
Just being
steal a
able to steal
forward and
something from
then
your
nuke it.
opponent and break it off of the graph
Yeah.
is
Yep.
actually a really cheeky little play too.
Yeah, and then there's I forget what they put in, but they had a forward that could get rid of a backup. I think it was Vincent in the LB to get rid of
Yeah,
your Garland to then play the forward Garland. Like
yeah.
that's some mid-range shit. Um, if you want to have a knight in the back row for a while, that's a good way to do it. Because then Vincent,
That's
I'm gonna
actually
break
something I was
Vincent.
looking at.
Yeah, I've done that in my Knights deck before, and it worked in one single game. But granted, I also don't play Knights very often. Um, so I'm not the end all be all. I've just played against Knights a lot.
Yeah, I'm just running through the stuff in the mid-range mentality. Like, how would I make this create a little bit more value, make the deck go a little bit
Mm-hmm.
deeper, not be because I absolutely agree with what you said. Like, Knights is a very capable deck of running into a mid-range playstyle for more experienced pilots. The aggro side is
Yeah.
very easy for newer players to access, and it's a great deck for that because it does have some depth and complexity, and it does have ease of access for new players. So I'm just trying to figure out what I would do to lean into the complexity and the mid range and maybe teching in a few interesting cards that you wouldn't normally see, but not being quite so all in on the early game go 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 strategy.
Yeah.
But I think I've come up with a build that I'm pretty comfortable with. For
Yeah. So
with
here's
that in
my build
mind.
on screen still. And Dan, whenever you send me yours, I'll pop that on
Yeah.
screen.
I was literally just saving mine, so we will send that over to you now.
All right. So here's Dan's version. He's got the Meath and the Garland. He's got the multicolor Meath. The Garland, Chadley. One sec.
I think having access to an ice backup for a mid-range style build is a good idea. And
I
against
agree.
knights,
Yeah.
one of the things you really fear is a board wipe.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're going to board wipe me of 4 forwards and I get to put 4 counters on Chadley and get something back,
Well, Chadley.
So it only triggers one per turn.
Only
Okay,
triggers
never
once
mind.
per turn, so it's board wipes don't count.
Okay. Yeah, maybe not as
Yeah.
good as I was thinking then.
Yeah, I had to tell Kyle to take it out of Turks because I was just like, he's like, "It board wipes," and
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, it does, but it doesn't like it doesn't help that much. Like if you get board wiped twice, maybe,
Yeah,
but
see. I was thinking it said when one or more. I was like, yeah, okay. Maybe
yeah,
Chadley isn't the ice backup to go with, but
the idea remains. It's an ice backup.
yeah.
Yeah, it's an ice backup and a nice backup. Um, but yeah, I mean the rest of it, I think is copacetic. Um, no issues with it. Does what it needs to do. It looks like Knights to me.
Yeah. And that Physalis,
So it's
like
just
Knights, it's not uncommon to get down to one card in hand, so that Physalis at least becomes an 8K.
yeah,
And like I said, you can kind of use that in the same way you were looking at using Len, but have a little bit more control of it as opposed
mm-hmm,
to Len just triggering automatically an attack phase every time.
right. Yeah, especially because in Knights you're going to be going through cards fast, so you don't want to do anything that doesn't that needlessly accelerates that milling process. Like
Right.
RFGing your cards really sucks, especially when you want to be getting stuff back with Kusith, Karilla, Garland. Like you want that stuff to happen again. So
Yeah, and the Physalis,
Len
when you
is
trigger it, you get to mill two things, so you double your odds of hitting something playable.
yeah, but you don't do it every single turn. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Better
Yeah,
odds,
one
more
Misty. I'm
efficient,
with Dan
under
on the
your
one Misty. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say the singleton Misty actually is fine. Because in Knights, you're not trying to toolbox everything. You're not trying to, like, super control everything. You just want to make sure your opponent doesn't fuck your stuff. To put it crudely. Like, you're just trying to survive long enough to murder them. You are not, like, trying to, like, wait them out. You're not trying to, like, outpace them in the more traditional sense. So, Misty is really just, I think, a one of, like, okay, either I protect my Ramza or I RFG their break zone. I don't care what happens there. It's just one of those two. It's a one and done, and there it goes. I'm with Dan on that one. I mean this version could it could stand to lose a Misty also. It depends. But there's a million ways to skin a pig, and Knights is kind of that deck to play with like that. What were you gonna say, Dan?
Oh no, you covered it. It's just yeah, and especially if you're playing at mid range, you're probably triggering Ramza's Dull Four Knights ability a lot more frequently. That's
Yeah.
a little bit more. And if you already have Ramza Dull and you need to protect him with a Mist Dragon, stop damage from going through,
Yep.
you're not losing anything. Or you dull him on the stack for his effect and still get the
Right.
protection. Play a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
stack chicken, and when that one Mist Dragon, you know, just stop the one thing you need to prevent them getting off.
Exactly. So yeah, I think we're good to call that there. And oh yeah, I think that's all of it.
I believe that's all the decks according to what I
That's
saw.
every deck, even the ones submitted during the live stream. I think we finished it all off. It is 2 a.m. I'm ready to hit the hay. Um, get up in the morning, take my little cat to the vet, and then I'll probably come home and crash for a little while before I run some errands.
I'm probably going
So,
to jump on Final Fantasy 14 for an hour or so and run some errands for some other people and NPCs.
sounds good. Well, thanks everybody
All
for
right.
watching, and we'll catch you guys later.